off the Atlantic Ocean. Ocean's about 2 blocks down, maybe. In the town previously named Eden. Got me to sleep. Interestingly enough, it was actually renamed, and the name it currently has actually references the beach. It's kind of weird. Hey everybody, how are you? What's that? Let me just really quickly run through these. The root energy, so the physical energy, the earth side energy, is make a decision for both counterparts. It's, do you want your divine masculine, and are you willing to have faith in bringing this connection together? Secondarily, as a core energy between them, everything binds us as one. So I did pick up that soul merge energy, the two of their frequencies merging as one, almost like a double helix, kind of like a kundalini spiral. And then the crowning energy from the divine, also crown chakra, right, telepathy, was, do you feel me? So it's, both of them are picking each other up spiritually. It's, are they going to choose to bring this into physical union together? The mutual energies between them were, I want you so bad, I love you, do you? It's a soul connection, like I said. These are people who may have been together in past lives, and so this connection might not have taken off in this life, but in other lives they've been married, they've had kids, their souls still have that love and remembrance for each other. It's the soul recognition. where that applies, and the narrative will be a bit different for different people, but that also plays in. So then you have fire sign energy. This doesn't have to be fire sign. I picked up another card that's kind of like that. This can just be the passion between them. It said, I want you so bad. But also the earth energy came in. But this is a grounded energy. So there might be passion between them, but it's kind of like that energy I picked up from a divine masculine earlier who said that she deserves to be worshipped, like honored. And Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. Let's teach the world how to love. Addictions are stopping me. This could be people pleasing in some cases. This could be for some other people, drugs, drinking, gambling. This could be workaholism for some people. This could be sex. It could be chasing the wrong energies, people. It could be a number of things, whatever they're distracting themselves with, instead of following their intuition. And so the advice is to follow your intuition. I get lost in thoughts of you. I'll carry you through it all. And so I've been picking up this divine masculine who has also said I would go to war for her. But she also said earlier in the last reading, but I wouldn't want you to, or I certainly wouldn't let you go alone. I am the kind of queen, the kind of empress that you want to go to war beside, not against. And, well, he would. This is somebody who can help her take off her battle armor, but who also can stand behind it with her. Right. Help her feel safe enough to not need it with him, though, at the same time. And then they're watching us. We have eyes on us. So, something about the public eye or evil eye. But it doesn't matter as long as they both choose themselves and each other. They both choose their highest selves, which is in divine accordance and alignment. Speaking of divine feminine, says our higher selves, exactly, are preparing for us to come into unity, into union. I've been focusing on you. This could be manifesting this spiritual connection, or just focusing on honoring the love between them. This could be getting even just like past life dreams or downloads and things like that, as far as that goes. And I want to touch every part of you. This could also be a reference, though, for some of... Hi, kitty. Hop down, my lovey. Like touching his heart space, right? Wanting to connect on a deep level or deeper level than they have before with others, especially where it was hi, baby. Especially where it was non-reciprocal. Okay, you're so enticing, and so they're both drawn to each other. I want you to reach out, Divine Feminine says. Let me just read them the way they fell. So Divine Masculine came out first. This is a masculine. Hop down, love. We ran for far too long. Let's come together already. And this could be, again, bridging eons of lifetimes of separation where they come back together. Self-care. This is a general reading right now. Right, focus on yourself for now. So she's telling him, I want you to focus on yourself, focus on self-care. If it's not me and it's not in coming together with me, don't focus on other people or what they think. Don't, like, I'm sure you have other females trying to chase you or whatever gender for whatever person, because hello, I've got them trying to chase me too. This is new people, this is old people, this is whatever it is in between for whoever this is for. But don't give them the time of day. Focus on our love. Focus on this higher connection between us. I want you to reach out. This is a soulmate connection. Don't distract yourself with lower frequencies. Focus on us. Let's focus on each other. Or just take care of yourself on the interim so that we can work on bridging this together more soundly. Okay, and so Divine Masculine says hide and seek, soul contract. So he may have been, well, this could be him like pulling back from other people, right? Because he's focusing on himself. But I hear don't hide from me. Divine Feminine said don't hide from me. I want you to reach out. Because there's a soul contract. And he knows that. There's this energy where he's honoring that. But trying to make more monies here. I hear security. I want to have a secure and stable foundation for us or for you. But also, are you going to choose fear or love? Fear or love? Fear. False evidence appearing real. Face everything and rise. Forget everything and run. Which one are you going to choose? Faith, fear, or love? Let us blend into one. That's what he's saying. And so he's choosing love. I'm healing, he says. And that's why she says just focus on yourself right now. Self-care. Something about she knows that he just went through something, or something about a big release or burnout or an exhaustion of energy or like up-leveling, or I just heard something about a cycle and a stage cycle. I need to rest now, he says. For one more day, I'm not afraid to fall. So he's taking that leap of faith. He's not afraid. You and I share the same reflection. And I said that in the last live I just did before coming here. And I heard this Divine Masculine say, I've been picking it up for days actually. He was saying that she's like the female version of him, which he loves, by the way. But you and I share the same reflection. Okay, so this may have to do with earth sign, like a earth and air sign possibly. Doesn't have to be. You and I share the same reflection, but that did catch my attention. Runner, hide and seek. I'm always with you, protecting you. So something about him, like pulling, what is this? What's this runner energy? I listen to songs that remind me of you. Oh, he says I'm just resting. I'm just resting. Let me see. Reach out is up here. I want you to reach out. Yeah, karmic. We can't stay in a place that we don't belong. So he's been pulling, like I said, pulling back from energies or people that just don't serve him. Let's break this cycle. Didn't I just say something about a stage cycle or something? And I just split the deck. And there's another one that wants to be split there too. Hold on, what is that? Our souls knew before we did, exactly. Because it doesn't have to make sense. Makes sense now. He says you have all the answers, Divine Feminine, because he knows who his counterpart is, and they both know. So he's checking in on his feminine, possibly online. Doesn't have to be. Fall, September, October, November. I want to gamble and fall in love with you, but this is like soon. November's coming right up. We're at the end of October. So for some people, this is a very sudden union potential. Let's see. I get lost in thoughts of you. Follow your intuition. Send energy. I want you so bad. We've run for far too long. Let's come together. Be mindful. I want to touch every party. There is a false twin coming through, or that's trying to. And I picked that up earlier in the previous live that I just did. I outlined a couple. Let's see. Let's see. I love you, dear. Hold on. Okay, so there were, just to quickly recap this, a bunch of dreams I had this week. Some of them were love dreams, okay, like lovers coming together. 2 of them were karmic dreams. One was like of a male, an ex, toxic ex. He was trying to loop back around and worm his way back into a connection with the divine feminine. It's not a healthy connection. He hasn't grown. It's toxic. It's not something they should be doing. And then there was this toxic female. She was just jealous or didn't like the divine feminine, and I guess wanted to try to pretend to be a reader all of a sudden or something. I don't know. Let us blend into one. I'm proud of you. So let me see about this false twin. I hear one and the same. It's the same one it's the same energy as the dream. Karmic. It's a karmic. And if they didn't start out as karmic, they turned into a karmic. I want you so bad. We've run for far too long. Let's come together. No, this might be that avoidant energy. Either a narcissist who played the push and pull game, or somebody who was avoidant, and that was the reading. They love bombed in order to rope somebody into opening up to a connection. And then the second that person was like, okay, I guess, a relationship with you does sound nice. They are like, what do you mean? I didn't want that, or this is too much. Or I never said that, but they did. They tried till it wasn't. It's gaslighting also convenient anymore, or whatever. Everything binds us as one. No, they were trying to bind themselves. Let's see. I want to know. Chaser, false twin. Nessie, now they're trying to spin the block to come back. I'm telling you. Don't. Hi, babies. Babies. Reach out. I can't just be friends. I feel like that's for the divine masculine though. Hold on. Tell me about the divine masculine. Tell me about delays. Right. So there was something like, maybe it was the rest he needed. Maybe there's some kind of, something that is causing a little pause right now. Or the has. Seeing a reader, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. Yeah, see, fire and Sagittarius. This could be somebody right on the cusp of fire and earth zodiac transition too. For one more day, I'm not afraid to fall. Astral projection. The universe has been sending me signs. Surrender, my love. Okay, tell me about yeah, see, I just split the deck right in the center. Twin flames. I'll carry you through it all. Our higher selves are preparing us for union. You were in my dreams last night, and so last night it was like a love dream prophecy. Patience is the key, right? So you had possibly an old connection, or some people had an old connection that was either a karmic or they turned karmic because they forfeited the contract. But then you have this healthy connection that is he's either just presented itself, or whatever the case may be is coming. Yeah, see, this other person was playing games. It was a game for them. Here, I am not. Right, patience is key. This new person says, I am not. He says, I'm just burned out. So like I said earlier, I heard this divine masculine say, I just need to rest. He might have just gotten done doing, I just heard a group project. He had some kind of, I just heard event or like oh, you know what? The music card came out in, what was it? Buying and music. Something about the music industry came out in the last reading. And then I think also, was it this one? I think it was this one in the beginning, said, I still listen to the music that you send me, or something about like music, sharing music between them, possibly music mediumship. Like I said, I've been coming out of the dream prophecies with music. I hear it clairaudiently. So that may, hello. Everything is smoke and mirrors but us. He says, I see clearly now. I can see clearly now, the rain has gone. I can see no obstacles in my way. No lovies. I can see no obstacles in my way. There was the mountain. I think the last reading I just did it. The mountain card came out. It was in reverse though. This X tried to create a blockage or an obstacle, and it for divine feminine. It was a no. It was a block. He's trying to break the new healthy connection apart before it could even get off the ground. Or this divine connection, whatever this healthy soulmate connection is, they were trying to block it or sabotage it or something. Replace. Careful, my love. They were trying to replace. Oh, if they weren't trying to replace somebody, they didn't want to feel like somebody was replacing them. But it's not that. Like, that's how they feel. They were just toxic. We don't deal with people like that. They were, that was abuse. They were neglectful and dishonest and manipulative, and then they tried to lie and gaslight about it at the end. That was horrible and not very nice. That's the energy that I was dreaming about and picking up on. And so this divine masculine, I just need some sleep, he said. There was also something about restructuring, possibly like figuring out details. I see something about a map, possibly travel plans. I also got a download about passports or something earlier too, so I just got chills. And I'm being called to be quiet. Divine masculine says, be quiet. We have eyes on us. They're watching us. So, there's that. Is there anything else you want to tell us, Divine? Karmic. It's getting karmic people or situations out, or that was just done and he's needing a bit of rest from that. Go outside and yell my name to the universe. This could also be just playing music that you shared between each other that reminds you of each other. Delays, not denied, I hear. And I hear him say, I'm coming sooner than you think. Just stay solid and grounded. Don't give up on me and I won't give up on you. Stay loyal and solid and committed. I feel like both of them are coming from the same place. They're like, look, I know we haven't even had this conversation in the 3D yet. I know this isn't for everybody, okay? But there are some connections where this really is a thing. I know we haven't established this fully in the physical yet, but I also know that like I've been dreaming about you every night. And I know you've been dreaming about me every night. And there is this connection between us. I want it to be a real connection. So let's live the way that we would if we were together, right? Like, I won't deal with, tolerate, flirt with, give the time of day to other people because I already know that you're who I want and where I want to be. Home, I hear home is where the heart is. Okay. So it's, basically, let's be loyal to each other. Let's conduct ourselves as if we were in a relationship. And I wouldn't go out looking for other people or dating around or making choices that would be destructive to our connection. So why should I do that now? Like, why should I live a single bachelorette, wild party, toxic, throw my life out of whack and balance lifestyle that's going to destroy my business, destroy my career, destroy my chances of having a stable, healthy connection, or destroy the foundation that I've built to establish one, or whatever the case may be. It'll be a little different for different people, of course, but that's kind of the message that's coming through. Both of them conducting themselves as if they're already together, not being, I hear, not wilding out. Not wilding out. We already know our hearts are each other, so let's live accordingly until we can make that happen. And that really truly is manifestation. It's like dressing for the job you want, metaphorically speaking, not the job you have. Behaving like a loyal, devoted person in a long-term partnership because that's what you want. Somebody needs an example. For example, if you know you want a solid, loyal, stable connection, then you're not going to choose somebody you actively see being a player, for starters. An F-boy or an F-girl, right? Right. So just to quickly finish this off, if you saw somebody wilding out in the streets, you'd know, okay, well, that's not a wife material kind of person for me, or a husband material kind of person for me. That's toxic. It's like some college frat boy nonsense. I don't want this. And so the universe is kind of responding the same. The universe is not going to deliver a divine feminine to a supposed counterpart masculine who's not behaving, conducting himself in a way, holding space, who's not in a position mentally, emotionally, who doesn't want to treat her well. Like, he's not even treating himself well at that point. Right? So on both accords, they see each other as their matches. And the universe, because both of them are seeking to release anything that's not for them, heal, not even just like heal everything so that they can come together, just work on whatever it is that they're balancing, that they need to balance as they're bridging this connection together. That you don't have to be all healed and perfectly healed to be together. In fact, often two people, especially when they're healers, get to a point where they kind of hit a plateau point. And they can actually do a lot better finishing that healing cycle together. And it's like a puzzle piece, right? They've given themselves so much self-love and have so much of that respect for themselves in a way that maybe they didn't before. And so they manifest a partner who also embodies and reflects that back. It's both. But I'm not talking about the karmic female energy who tries to trash talk, let's say, a divine feminine reader, but then also wants to suddenly start pretending to be a reader herself for whatever it is, money, attention, to try to compete, whatever, where she'll never compare at that. That's what I just heard. I'm not talking about that when I say dress for the job you want, not the job you have, because that's not it. She's trying to fake it till she makes it, and she doesn't have the gifts or the clearance from the divine. She's just fraudulent. I mean, behave like a husband if you want a wife, and vice versa. Especially if you know who your person is. You have a soul recognition between you. And also, I know it's easier said than done, but right now, big time, try not to worry. And if you do, try to refocus that worry into gratitude. I don't mean productivity also. Well, like, yes, productivity, but I don't mean productivity to the point of workaholism or that bit where, like, emotional avoidance, where in order to distract yourself from a connection that could turn out really well, but also might end in heartbreak potentially because other relationships have in the past. So you just throw yourself into work so you don't have to think about that relationship that, again, might work out, but well, what if it doesn't? And so you avoid the relationship and let the connection dissolve until it's gone. Don't do that. That's not it. We're not dealing with people like that. We're not going to behave like that. Don't do that. Yes, be productive, but feel your feelings where you need to, and also honor and hold space for those other things. Really, when there is a proper level of balance, the Trinity effect, it's ideal to have a proper balance of work, leisure, and play. I know a lot of people don't. I know a lot of people work multiple jobs or have to work multiple jobs or have burned themselves out on some level just to try to keep up and make ends meet. I'm not shaming. I fully get it. However, spiritually speaking, when that is in balance, there is more of a balance. So do your best to try to honor that. And remember that you don't need permission to rest or to earn rest. Bodies go in cycles. Sometimes it's based on the circadian rhythm. Whatever it is, if you need rest, rest. You'll feel better and more recharged on the other side of it, typically speaking, which gives you more focus, clarity, and energy to more effectively pump out whatever tasks you were going to try to do, all frazzled and burned out anyway. Okay? Okay.
I have waited, paralyzed by my own
How is everybody?
viciously reminding me still I'm born to believe, and I'm certain, no, that you and I are crashing course, driven by
Hey, Fiaz. Hey, Joe. Excuse you. You don't know me, and you don't know what I've been through. You don't know what I've been through. Most of the men in my life from the day I was born were not good to me. That's why I didn't really know any better, and I tolerated domestic abuse because I grew up in it. Provided for me? No, they're the reason that I am such a hard worker and learned to provide for myself. Unfortunately, even to the point of having to try to learn not to struggle with being so hyper independent, which seems like a baddie move, but baby, that's a trauma response. I am so hyper independent because nobody was ever really solid or there for me when they were supposed to be or said they'd be. So I learned that if you wanted something done, you need to do it yourself. Or if you wanted something done right, you need to do it yourself. And that's not right. And that's not fair. I know that that's not true. But that's what my body and my being experienced consistently my whole life. So before you judge people and just assume that they have men in their life at all, let alone good ones, don't. The audacity. Yeah, all right. I don't like you very much. You seem very misogynistic. I'd rather listen to Sleep Token. Don't kill my vibe.
Only fools know you can see you will be mine. Yeah, you will be mine.
I'm going to do some cooking in a minute, Joe. You know what I'm going to make tonight? A whole bunch of stuff, including some homemade cream cheese for a couple of recipes, but I have to make that first because it goes in some of those recipes I've planned out. And jam. I'm making more raspberry jam. Oh, raspberry jam. What's best? Being proud and showing up. No, I was just showing my homie the avatar paint. Oh, this? Oh, I got a new bowl. So we don't have to roll papers. Right. Somebody said, you were showing up. No, he mentioned it. So I showed him the rest. What do you mean? Stop being weird, misogynist. Don't kill my vibe. Oh, me too. Me too. But we don't have to use them anymore. Just let me know when you're packed. Are you needing something? Do you need some lovins? This baby. Oh. Okay. I love you. little monkey. Let's do. Okay. I got you. I'll wait.
Well, yeah, I spit blood when I wake up. Sing porcelain, stain, choking up brain matter and makeup. Just 2 days since the mainframe went down and I'm still messed up. Room feels like a meat freezer, I dangling like cold cuts. Missed calls, answer phones from people I just don't trust. Mirror talk, fake love, but I'll take a pound of your flesh before you take a piece of my place up.
I missed you. Hope you're good. You doing alright?
I need you to see me for what I have become. Those eyes like fire on the wind insects, your funeral pyre. Come now, break through these lies. I'm a waking hell and the gods grow tired. Reset my patient fire. On a pathway.
Yeah, I took a couple days just to kick it and catch up on some things. Oh no. Oh no. Withdrawals?
I guess it goes to show, does it not? That we've no idea what we've got until we lose it.
I like Amy actually.
And no amount of love will keep it around if we don't choose it. And I don't know what's got us
With an attitude. That's okay. Sometimes I have one too. Like a little chunker. Squishy. Oh. Chunky monkey. A cute, chubby kitty. He likes snacks. Just not the after effects of having too many, apparently. Which is reasonable. And to be expected. A heckin' chunker at that. That was adorable. Heckin'. You're cute. That was adorable. Hey, coconuts. I saw your username handle the other day, and I almost got upset with you. Thought you were some weird rando, which technically, theoretically, you still could be, but your username is about boobies. Let's see your hooters. I saw that when you commented the other day. Yes, the username is like, let's see them hooters, or I see your hooters, or something like that. Show me them hooters. I'm like, sir. Now I get why it says coconuts. Coconuts! I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. And I only noticed because of the comment section. I was like, who is that? I click on the profile. I'm like, oh, that's coconuts. Oh. Wow. That is wild. Hi. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. I don't know what you did. I saw that. No, I'm pretty sure that song is not talking about nuts or coconuts. I'm pretty sure they're talking about boobies. It was always the innuendo when I was growing up. Since grade school. I remember them singing that in first grade. They thought it was a riot. Because it was about boobies. Somebody said, you remember that? Yes! If not first, then second. They were right next to each other. Remember the hallway. It was one of the two. I think first, though. Miss McKay. Body paint is fun. I like this one. This is a throwback. Somebody said that was funny. I have all kinds of funny stories. Let's see 'em. Let's see some Hooters. I was like, who is leaving me comments with that username? Oh, hey there. Guy. What's up? He's never been mean or rude. It just surprised me to see that username suddenly pop in my comments. I also heard this one. It's quite pretty. going again. Also, there was no shame. I wasn't shaming, and I'm not saying anybody has to leave. If there was an issue, I would have just blocked at that point, but I thought it was funny. I was just commenting, hello, coconuts! Thanks for the good vibes. It's never been a bad vibe that I've noticed cognitively, so that's all. I just thought it was funny. In fact, when I saw the handle, I thought it was another troll account. At first, just based on the handle. No. Just a funny guy. Yes. I think I have seen clips of that pop up from years ago. I like Sail Away by India.
Like a shelter from a storm, a fireplace.
You have text for me? Got you.
Like a match
You text for me, Joe? I had to get stern with Grissy. Just, I don't know if you caught that, but just so you know what happened, where. This was happening for a while. I noticed it for at least a few weeks. And then it got really bad the other night, and I finally said something about it, and it kind of popped off for a minute. But he would do this thing where either before you got on or usually after you left for the night, he would get nasty, like towards me, like condescending, just like mean little like digs. Do you know what I mean? Things that he wouldn't say and didn't say when you were there. Certainly not to my face, unless he was talking shit in French and I didn't catch it. But never in English, and never to me, and never when you were there. And that was very sneaky, I thought, of him to do. And I wasn't the only one who noticed. But it did get bad, and the last time it happened, I said something about it, and he did a whole thing, and I wasn't going to deal with it. I wasn't. And the mods weren't happy about it either. And so that was that. But I didn't like that very much. Gaslighting, and it was sneaky. Because I watched it like every time for weeks. And I was quiet about it. I think he thought I either didn't care or didn't notice. Yeah. No, you're good. You don't have anything to feel bad about. I just kind of wanted you to know. Why he's probably not going to pop back up in here. I don't believe I blocked him. But that happened, and it was not a nice situation. I let him know it wasn't a welcoming environment. But yeah, I think that's the part that pissed me off the most, is it was very tactical. It seemed very tactical, very sneaky. Because usually it was one of the last things that he said, like at the end of the night, and it was always after you got off. And he didn't always do it. It was only when you weren't there or right after you had left. Sometimes before you got on, but usually like right after you left for the night. That was very sneaky. Sophisticated isn't the right word. Manipulative, and I think that's pretty trashy, but anyway. Yeah. This is rude. The two things that got me the most, they were just offensive, is that he said things that he wouldn't have with you around, and he waited until you left. And he pretended to be nice in between. And that's covert abuse. I don't like that. That's sneaky. That's somebody who, that behavior usually comes from people who, when you finally stand up for yourself, because they've pretended to be nice in front of other people for so long, they want people to believe that you're just overreacting. And when they wait until nobody's around to nitpick and be a bully like that, again, they're trying to make sure, like you not being here, that there are no witnesses. But there were witnesses. Even the self-admitted introverted Jamie, you quiet little Jamie, went ham. That really upset him to see. Had to go recover in his shell after a while. But yeah, it was a whole thing. Anyway, not important, neither here nor there, but the energy, that type of energy. Be mindful of people like that right now. Not sorry. Maybe. No, it wasn't belligerence, though. It was just manipulative. Nope. We've just grown to enjoy each other's company over time. They found me like you did. But, you know, real recognizes real, and we try to have each other's backs. Anyway, did you say you had songs for me, or were you talking to someone else, Joe? Just honest, people. It did seem very sneaky. I mean, like, and the thing about it is, I don't wish people harm. I don't wish anybody harm. I don't hold a grudge about it. I haven't thought about it actually until just now. And only because Joe and I haven't spoken since it happened. And honestly, I think you guys talked more than he and I did, which is why I felt like his little digs were so, it just was, you don't have to be here, you know? If you want to be mean, just go somewhere else. Go hang out with yourself or something. I'm not going to be your punching bag. But I wanted you to, you're good. Have the scoop. It wasn't nice to deal with. Kind of just sucked. It's never nice to deal with that. For anybody. I never like there being a riff in a dynamic, but you know, I'll never people please. I'll tell people where to go, where to shove it. VIP section. No, VIP section for me is good. I know we have different definitions of the VIP. For the blacklist is the VIP for you, but not everybody can get into mine. Chilling.
Like a flame, you start a fire inside my veins. You'll always be my home, my heart. I'll be with you wherever you are. My home, my heart. I feel you with me where we worlds apart. You'll always be my home. Oh, 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 you accept me for my flaws. You give me everything. And even in my darkest nights, I know you're there right by my side. Somehow with you, I don't feel alone. You'll always be my home, my heart. I'll be with you wherever you are. My home,
Where is it?
my heart. I feel you with me where we worlds apart. You'll always be my home. Oh, 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 oh. You'll always be my home. Oh,
So they think. So they think they're getting lap luxury treatment. Really, they're getting overcharged and kept in a room to be babysat away from everybody who's not too fucked up or belligerent to be around other human beings. So basically, they pay to opt out. That's funny. Clever, dude. Alright, well, I don't trust this. Hold on. Trust issues? Maybe. A little bit. That's right. I could see it. I'm a seer. I knew it would happen. Very likely if I didn't. And I didn't want that, so I avoided it. Right now, I'm about to make some homemade cranberry sauce. Then I think I'm going to mix up another batch of bread. I'm definitely going to make some homemade cream cheese. I also have some pomegranates to split. I think I'm going to save some of my other recipes for tomorrow, but we're starting here. We'll see. These are cranberries. It's cranberry season up here.
close to you, I miss you. You'll always be my home, my heart. And I'll be with you wherever you are. My home, my heart. I feel you with me when we worlds apart. You'll always be my home. Oh, 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 oh. You'll always be my home. Oh, 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 oh. You'll always be my home. Oh.
She's not a cook. Kind of need a lot of this. I think. Maybe. I'll start with a cup.
Don't tell me this is all for nothing. I can only tell you
I'm a teacher.
one thing. On the nights you feel outnumbered, baby, I'll be out there somewhere. I see.
Usually you would add a bunch of sugar. Actually, you know what? I guess I don't need a lot of it. Usually you would add a bunch of like white sugar to cranberry sauce. I don't do that or like that often. Oh no. I think cranberry sauce has is too sweet anyway, so I always way cut the sugar down first of all, and then I'll either use like maple or honey. It's kind of funny if it's accurate, but
Everything you can be.
yeah, can you cook? Do you know how to
the
cook?
beauty that you can see on the nights you feel outnumbered. Baby, I'll be out there somewhere. I could have showed you all the scars at the start, but that was always the most difficult part. See, I'm in love with how your soul's a mix of chaos and art, and how you never try to keep them apart. I wrote some words and then I stared at my feet, became a coward when I needed to speak. I guess love took on a different kind of meaning for me, so when I go, just know it kills me to leave. To all the stars that light the road, don't ever leave that girl so cold. Never let me down, just lead me home. Don't tell me this is all for nothing. I can only tell you one thing. On the nights you feel outnumbered, baby, I'll be out there somewhere. I see everything you can be. I see the beauty that you can see. On the nights you feel outnumbered, baby, I'll be out there somewhere. But there's beauty here that's yet to depart. There's still a song inside the halls in the dark. I'll come for you if you just stay where you are, and I'll always hold your hand in the car. And there'll be days when it's difficult, but I ask you to never leave behind the reciprocal. We're past that. Love is not designed for the cynical, so we have that. We can have that. To all the stars that light the road, don't ever leave that girl so cold. Never let me down, just leave me home. Don't tell me this is all for nothing. I can only tell you one thing. On the nights you feel outnumbered, baby, I'll be out there somewhere. I see everything you can be. I see the beauty that you can see. On the nights you feel outnumbered, baby, I'll be out there somewhere. Can you wait for the one you deserve? Let on, never let it out, never let it out. I'm gone. If you ever leave, I hope that you learn. Let on. Don't tell me this is all for nothing. I can only tell you one thing. On the nights you feel outnumbered, baby, I'll be out there somewhere. I see everything you can be. I see the beauty that you can see. On the nights you feel outnumbered, baby, I'll be out there somewhere. Baby, I'll be out there somewhere, somewhere, somewhere. Baby, I'll be out there somewhere, somewhere.
Somebody's angry. Why are you so angry? Oh, my stomach just dropped. Here, because you're doing so good. That's weird. It's also well, but anyway. Did you just correct my grammar? Yes, I did. Heard that. I like this song. Got another ballpark ready.
The quicker pick.
Mine just popped up. I love that one.
Go, 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 go.
No, that's not it. This song is called Boudica. Does anybody know the story of Boudica? I resonate with that one too. I'll teach you if you don't. Pause, and let me just spoiler alert. Boudica is like a war goddess. She turned into a war goddess, basically. Not exactly, but I'll get into that momentarily. Now, also like taking back her feminine power, yeah. After being assaulted and robbed and violated and having her daughters assaulted by the same people who were paid and were supposed to protect her. Now let's backtrack the song for a second. It's so lovely and melodic and pretty, right? Except for now you can hear the war crimes in it, can't you? Because that's why she called it Boudica. It's after that story. Sounds like a battle cry almost now, doesn't it? Soft one, but nonetheless, you can hear it. Changes the tune, doesn't it? Context. Play you my favorite Boudica thingy in a minute, but nope, sorry, that was very
I
loud.
have waited, paralyzed by my own will, viciously reminding me still I'm born to believe, and I am certain, no, that you and I are crashing course, driven by
Yes, please. I am checking your Queen of War. Brilliant. There's a film called Boudica. Yes. You're so smart. Of course, you're the one who knew. Cranberries. Zombie. Oh, dear. I didn't know that. Yeah, let me know when you have those tracks. I can hang better. You're so funny. I wondered about her. After you told me about her tomato sauce, she sounded like a good egg. Always had to make extra tomato for grandson. That's so thoughtful. Big Nona energy, though. For sure. I think I might have listened to that the other day, possibly. No. It was a different one by him. It was like an MO or XO cover. Thanks. It's a commercial. Ooh, I smell this starting to cook up. Hold on. We should do some more bread. Shall we do some bread? Let's make some bread. I think that's a great idea. Why not? Add it to the agenda for tomorrow. It's not hard for me to bake it off really quickly. In fact, I love it. I love this. It's so therapeutic. Oh, I do like it. You should have a drink or two. Truth is, I wanna lie with you, so come my way. Feel like you need somebody, so baby girl, come my way. Feel like you need somebody. Dip low, watching a dip low. Dances on me and I just sip slow. Watching you head down to your tiptoe. You know I go sign for when we get home. Get home, now you're in my zone, and we gon' get grown. Within your frame, it's like window. Turn off your garments, we can bend those. Give me your love, you know you're bad like Rihanna. I'll do you good, no wahala. But I can't promise forever. But no. So give me your love, you know you're bad like Rihanna. I'll do you good, no wahala. But I can't promise forever. But no. Can I tell you that I'm wanting you? I'm in love with the way you move, and I think you should have a drink or two. Truth is, I wanna lie with you, so come my way. Feel like you need somebody, so baby girl, come my way. Feel like you need somebody, like So tell me what you want from me, girl. Wet. 'Cause I can give you what you need, girl. So tell me what you want from me, girl. 'Cause I can give you what you need, girl. You're looking my way now. Big split when we lay down. I want for now and some later. Give me a reason why you can't stay around. Please me, yeah, make it look easy. These niggas who need it. You know that you need me. I say, give me your love, you know you're bad like Rihanna. I'll do you good, no wahala. But I can't promise forever. Oh no. I say, give me your love, you know you're bad like Rihanna. I'll do you good, no wahala. But I can't promise forever. Oh no. Can I tell you that I'm wanting you? I'm in love with the way you move, and I think you should have a drink or two. Truth is, I wanna lie with you, so come my way. Feel like you need somebody, so baby girl, come my way. Feel like you need somebody, like So tell me what you want from me, girl. don't have a Discord right now. I had one for a while, but I had some issues with weirdos on there and I got rid of it. No, it's not. You have to type in the links, typically. This was the song that I heard from that artist the other day. I played it.
Still bangles, yeah. Told you my secrets, you told me your flaws, oh yeah. So when you listened, I accepted them too. Told me you love me, put my heart on pause. Cause at this place I can't keep fighting for you. So why don't you talk to me, say anything. Cause I know once you talk to me, I'll be okay. So I don't leave you there. Cause I can't recognize us no more. Tell me your love is still lives here. I'm standing looking outside your door. Yeah, your love, come give me your love. Dance on me, you've got the world something. Your love, come give me your love. Dance on me, you've got the world something.
You can email them to me though.
That's something I believe in. That's something I'm needing. That's something
If you wanted to email me pictures. Ooh, I hear them starting to pop. Yes, I've been waiting for you. I've been asking you for a while. Do you hear them? That's how you know your cranberry sauce is getting ready to be done. Is when they start to pop like popcorn. Pop. Like Rice Krispies. It's okay. I've been keeping myself busy. I have stuff to do, but I definitely wanted to smoke. And I definitely didn't want to. Stoner etiquette. Couldn't leave homie out of the rotation. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Cheers. I hear this song again. Somebody's question. No, we're good. Just a little spillover. It boiled up a little bit. I put a lot. Normally this recipe would call for 3 cups of cranberries. I put in 9. Well, you know, this would also be good in like rolls, or like I could use this as a jam too. Could turn it into a jam as well if I wanted to. We'll see. Anyway, just want to make sure she was good. Ooh, it smells delicious. Probably I should wipe that up, because what it is the honey in it caramelizing, and that's lovely, but it's then going to burn, and that's not so great. I don't like lots of sugar and stuff like that, so I sweeten with like honey or maple if I do, depending on like what it is, and then just leave it. Also, I don't like to add a bunch of pectin and stuff like that. I like to just use the natural pectin of the fruit, and then I'll add, if I'm doing a jam, like chia seeds to thicken it up instead of junk and stuff. It's a much more natural way to do it. I like it this way a lot. Somebody says, well, wouldn't that be? No, because the chia seeds absorb all that fluid and liquid and they get really soft. And if you get a little tiny bit of a crunch from the chia seed, it's no different than the seeds in the cranberry, which are already there, or like a raspberry seed, which is usually what I would use it in anyway. And so it just blends in. It just absorbs the flavor of the fruit, and then you can't really tell the difference. You can't tell the difference between a chia seed and a raspberry seed in like a raspberry chia jam. It's perfection. Tablespoon or 2 of honey for like a 2-cup recipe. Easy. A little bit of lemon juice. That's how I do it anyway. I like it that way. You know what it really is? I found this really great sugar-free jam. It doesn't have like added sugar and fake sugar. I just don't like it sweet, and I don't like all the added junk in it. So it was this newer brand of raspberry jam. It didn't have any extra sugars or anything, just the jam. And then the chia seeds. It's called Chia Smash. But it's like $7 a jar for this tiny little thing. I'm like, no fucking way. So I figured out how to dupe it. And I just make big batches of it myself. And I don't miss it from the store. In fact, I like it better. And the color's better too. It's homemade, but yeah, anyway. Raspberries. I bet it would be good with blackberries too. This is not done. Still needs a little bit. Somebody said, how do you know? I don't practice. She's a little tart still. Just a skosh too much for me. Yeah. Well, I'm going to do a little, Joe asked me to do a recipe day, so actually, hold on. Yeah, I'll do a little separate video when I do, because he's already asked me to do a raspberry jam video. So I got you. Just come back. I like wildflower honey. Wait. Honey mead, got you. 60 bottles, holy crap. Yeah, wildflower honey is probably my favorite. Typically. Personally. Somebody says why? Just personal preference. Somebody said why? Because they're wild like you. That logic tracks. I just like the taste. Yeah, check back. I do have a couple on there, I think, already. I've got a good broccoli recipe. The broccoli one's funny. How can broccoli be funny in the add-ins? Somebody's mad. Oh, power of 3. Somebody's trying to do spell work. I'm sure they're trying to play with the moon. It's almost midnight anyway, so technically it's like cusping of Halloween, right? Yeah, I hear it. You know we're doing spell work. Oh, I know, and I know who you are too. I see you. You're not even looking at me. I see you. Thank you. just a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's put like 3 tablespoons. Somebody's mad, and I don't give a fuck. I need to relax, please. It's been a busy couple days, and I'm just kicking it and being productive. Fun stuff that I know. The wazoo. Cherry. Oh, you know what? I almost grabbed, it's so funny. I almost grabbed cherries today. Fresh, and I almost grabbed a bunch of cherries, like multiple kinds. Like there were tart, and then there were like the sweet kind too. But because I thought about making a cherry jam, but I'm like, no, I'm just going to stick with my raspberry, I think, this time. I knew it wouldn't hit the same. I'm going to make some more chicken soup too. I forgot, I did the same thing last time. Forgot the same ingredient. But I made some chicken stock this morning. And then also, like I said, I turned all that butter I made into ghee, lots of ghee. So I took the dairy out of it. That one, no. I bet it's good with lemon, also a little bit of lemon juice. I think this is probably done. Yeah, I think we're good. A little too tart still. You know why? Because I added like only a third. I'm gonna stop there of the sugar a normal recipe would have. I still didn't add as much. I don't really like it sweet, not super sweet, but it's better. Yeah. There it is. Oh, there's no way that's all going to fit in there. That's fine, I can do it. Oh, will it? I don't think I dare to try. Somebody says why? Because it's just not very smart. It's very wasteful potentially, and then also, who's gonna have to clean up that mess? Not you. No, thank you. It's delicious though. Still a little sour. So somebody's like, says you didn't add all the sugar. Yeah, I still won't. But it does need a little drizzle. Stop. That's fine. Sweets, candy. I hear mine so loud in my ears still. It's like reverberating. Going to nerd out on a bit of history in a minute. Who wants a jam? A nerd session.
Twist her.
Not entirely. I have some other stuff probably to share. We'll see. Just gonna flow with it, but
I have waited.
gotcha.
Lost by my own.
Let's see more stuff. Thank you.
Viciously reminding me still. I'm born to believe. And I am certain, no, that you and I are crashing course, driven by a holy force. I know you can see.
That's guys are eating.
I still haven't today.
I heard that facial expression before you wrote it.
I saw that.
hit you with those recipes on the flip. I know I need to eat more. Before you say it, I will, but that's a bite. That was a couple bites. That's a place to start. Let me have a second. Because I'm already feeling full from not eating for so long. My belly needs to settle. Weed. Let's smoke more weed. That helps. Indica, specifically. Flower tree. I hurt you. Don't even start with me. That's a bite. I know. There it is. Straight in the bubble. That one autoplay. I'm not mad at it at all. I play it all the time. But just because I know I'm gonna be wrapping this up soon.
No, I don't care. I gotta read, I gotta drink, I gotta eat. Yeah, tell me I'm there. I'm overseas, slim with a plug, I'm in LA. Yeah, get a fuck on my face. I had a dream, stuck to the plan, studied against. Yeah, what can I say? I'm on the block, chilling my ass, don't need skin. We out on the strip and I'm back in the AM. All of my haters, you know we don't play. The things I saw, the things I seen. Yeah, I'm off the shrooms in the bed that I lay in. Ain't into Paris, you know where we staying. Devil around me, you know I'll be praying. And all of my brothers are late. We stepped on a plane to the villa, got something for dinner. I live in the game. None of it's real, I don't know what to say. Is it me or the pain? Saturday night, you work alone with my girl on the phone. It's a beautiful day.
Bye, Sam.
Thank
Thank you. Slam.
I know I don't play. I gotta read, I gotta drink, I gotta eat. Yeah, tell me your name. I'm overseas, slim with a plug, I'm in LA. Yeah, get a fuck on my face. I had a dream, stuck to the plan, studied against. Yeah, what can I say? I'm on the block, chilling my ass, don't need skin. Yeah, look at my girl, she a 10. I mix a bit of the weed, a bit of the hash in the club and I'm flying again. Yeah, I get fucked up on my friends. Smoke with my cousin in Melbourne, I couldn't even tell you this shit from the start to the end. Sat with a thing in the flat. Colourful diamonds and rats, I got magic aromas, you know where it's at. If you're hitting my line, then you probably attached. Yeah, colourful diamonds and rats. Yeah, magic aromas, you know where it's at. Yeah, get a fuck on my face. I had a dream, stuck to the plan, studied against. Yeah, what can I say? I'm on the block, chilling my ass, don't need skin.
Chicken soup and bread next.
I gotta read, I gotta drink, I gotta eat.
Okay, you wanna eat with me? What are you gonna eat? Excuse me. Yeah, got me too. I'm gonna have another one in a second. It's actually still going.
You were lucid for the world. And you waited for the world. I meant taking my love. It's murder when the eyes unveiled. It's fake change, my love. It's murder when you made me hate.
Chicken and green beans. That's good. That's good. It's very healthy. I heard you. That's thrice. I've been over here talking because I'll hear you say something clairaudiently. Like I'll hear it's I'm telepathic, dude. And we vibe. And so it's why I'll be over here doing something, not looking at either screen, which you can see, but I'll say something that seems like it's responding to whatever it is that you've commented. It's because I'm hearing what you're typing in my ear. And so I'm saying the response before I look at the screen to see what you've typed. But that's why I gave you this, because I heard, damn, you all right? Are you okay? But I heard it early. That's why I gave you the okay. I couldn't say it out loud. I'm still choking on that list that I did with you. Don't trust that. No, you're not that loud. I just listen pretty well. Also, I enjoy hearing what you have to say. You've been solid, mate. Too solid. Let's go. Oh, kitty. What's up? How are you? Headed to Vegas. Stay safe. Be smart. Let's go over here. Check out. I love this one. No, kitty, you need to hop down, my lovey, while I go.
Right now, you can get.
Aye! Out of the kitchen, please. Just for a minute. I love you.
be forgotten about for a long time, until she re-emerged during the Renaissance and was...
Right now, U.S. Cellular...
Oh, shush. Seema? Is it a race? Missed my face? My face has been right here. Except for 3 days. I took a couple days off. It was a good couple days. Get a lot done behind the scenes.
Boudica, the warrior queen. Rome took everything from her, and when there was nothing left to take, Rome took her body against her will, and then they took the bodies of her young daughters and abused them. So in response, Boudica slaughtered all the Romans.
And not just the men,
The car show?
but the women. And the children, too.
Boudica was a warrior queen who purged England from the Roman infection and brought an empire to its knees. We're talking about a woman leading an army largely made up of women who went toe-to-toe with the world's greatest empire. I mean, this sounds like some ultra-feminist, extra-woke fan fiction, but it's actual history. And it all started with the Romans doing what they did best. They saw unconquered lands and said, in this case, the Romans were going after the lands of the Celts. And when I say Celts, I don't mean one specific nation. The term encompasses many, many people, dozens of tribes, each with distinct customs, distinct traditions, even different languages. These tribes, these Celts, were not united either, but actually constantly battling each other, and Rome knew an enemy divided is an enemy easily conquered. Remember that next time you try to move up the social ladder in school, kids?
Don't get
Spread
yourself
lies,
arrested
make them
or
enemies,
some shit.
divide, and
I don't know what
conquer.
else to say.
Life advice.
You crazy,
For
my
the
boy.
Romans, the Celts were nothing but
Is a good
uncivilized
state.
barbarians.
That
which
sums it up.
the Romans pretty much said about anyone that wasn't them. But in the case of the Celts, these guys went into battle naked, covered in painted runes, screaming and making animal noises. So I think the Romans had a point in this case. But outside of combat, the Celts were actually the first society that paved roads, an invention Rome later stole and claimed they...
I forgot how funny this guy is.
Social ladder and school kids spread lies, make them enemies, divide, and conquer. Life advice. To the Romans, the Celts were nothing but uncivilized barbarians, which the Romans pretty much said about anyone that wasn't them. But in the case of the Celts, these guys went into battle naked, covered in painted runes, screaming and making animal noises. So I think the Romans had a point in this case. But outside of combat, the Celts were actually the first society that paved roads, an invention Rome later stole and claimed they came up with, like me with half my jokes. And the Celts were also the first to have chainmail, so they were not really uncivilized, just hardcore exhibitionists when it came to fighting. In fact, the Celts even had women in leading positions, and one could argue that an ancient society that
titties
allowed
out.
women to hold high positions within that society and their military is very civilized and more advanced than even some people in our contemporary world. Among the Celts, women had actually held high positions for centuries, even becoming druids, which sounds like some fantastical thing now, but at the time, druids within Celtic society were basically the bee's knees, man. They weren't combat shapeshifters like they are in video games, but if you want to play a shapeshifter druid, you can download Baldur's Gate 3 from Instant Gaming, because Instant Gaming has that game, because Instant Gaming has every game, and they have every game way cheaper than anybody else. Yes, you just got plugged. Wait, that came out wrong. There are other games where you can play a druid, like the Pathfinder games, or you can play the Hellblade games, which don't have druids but have serious Boudica vibes. It doesn't matter what you're looking for, Instant Gaming has it all, and they have it discounted, so you can save your money and do useful things with it, like...
Hey fellas, look what I found in my...
that was cocaine, I think, in his hand. My love. No. No. How you doing, coconut? No. I wondered what that was from. And you know this man? It sounded like a question, was it not? Hold on. Or was that a statement? Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen that. I don't remember. Honestly. You know why? Because I am a 33-year-old mother and I don't live that kind of shit.
Society, actually, they served as conduits to the gods, for the religion. They performed rituals. They were also society's first and foremost doctors, men of alchemy, science, philosophy, Renaissance men in a way, 1,500 years before the term Renaissance man was a term. And of course, the Celtic society also had Renaissance women, which I don't think ever became a term, but
I do remember the tiger.
And this is where Boudica comes in, who many think might have been a druid before or while she was married to the Celtic Iceni king Prasutagus. So much for the backstory. Now, the year is 43, which was when the Romans started invading what we now know as England and took down one tribe after the other. So the Iceni king Prasutagus saw the writing on the wall and made sure none of his people rebelled their way against the Romans into certain annihilation. Instead, the king decided that his people would align themselves with the Roman invaders to protect what's theirs. A move historians later famously called a bitch move. No, I get it. The Romans were a far superior force, and as I said, the Celts were divided amongst themselves, so they were often nurturing wounds from their past infighting, never at full might. So opposing the Romans was silly, and King Prasutagus instead tried to maintain peace by making a deal with Rome, promising that once he is dead, his lands and tribe would fall under their rule as long as his daughters remain in charge, along with whoever is the Roman emperor at the time. And if you know anything about how Rome operated, you know that that's literally making a deal with the devil. The Romans agreed, took over some of the Iceni lands that were part of the agreement, and once they established their presence, they told the Iceni king,
look at me, sure. Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now.
They told them that now all their crops and other stuff is grown in service to Rome and Rome only, and that if they want to get it back to, eat and survive, they need to pay taxes and trade with Rome, which was a bit problematic because they were only allowed to pay Rome in sesterces, the Roman currency, a currency that Iceni obviously didn't have, but not to worry, because the Romans were kind enough to loan the Iceni 40 million sesterces, about $60 million today, to trade with and eventually pay back in full with interest. So, as you can see, all in all, the Iceni found themselves in a situation that reputable historians nowadays very accurately describe as they were truly and utterly but as bad as all of this sounds, it was only light foreplay for what was about to come. In the year 54, Emperor Nero took over Rome. And if you don't know anything about Emperor Nero, let me sum him up for you real quick.
He was an asshole.
I hate most people.
And so in the year 60, when King Prasutagus died, leaving two daughters behind that were too young to rule, his druid wife Boudica put herself in charge of the Iceni. But of course, Nero wasn't really keeping up with the #MeToo movement of the times, so women's lives decidedly did not matter to him, and then Iceni Queen was basically an invitation for him and Rome to completely take over. Emperor Nero sent General Paulino.
Did you get overstimulated? Yes! It was falling and it was loud and I didn't know what to do, and so this was my reaction. Don't judge me. I know you saw that and I know you know what that was. I heard you.
To do his dirty work. He appointed him to be governor of all the Celtic lands, of what we now know as England. And so new governor of England, Paulinus, used the loan the Romans gave the Iceni, the loan of 40 million sesterces, as an excuse to invade Iceni lands and have his way with the Iceni people. Paulino said that their full repayment was actually long overdue, aka due right now, and since they obviously couldn't pay right now, they had to pay with whatever they had. Their belongings, their bodies, their children, and their women, and their women's and children's bodies. So the men were enslaved, and the women and children were used and abused by the Roman soldiers, and among those used and abused were the heirs to the throne, the princesses, the Iceni kings and Boudica's daughters, who were only children or at best young teenagers at the time. And when Boudica tried to save her daughters and appeal to the Roman soldiers' better side, reminding them of the agreement her late husband had with the emperor, and that these girls were princesses who were the emperor's equal in these lands, when Boudica tried that, the Romans stripped her naked and brutalized the queen in front of everybody, over and over, for all her people to see. Then they left her and her daughters behind, beaten, bruised, and abused, believing their will to be broken and the Roman message to have been sent. But what they didn't consider is that Boudica, she was built different, and all Rome accomplished by abusing Boudica and her girls was...
I'd like to understand him. Give me that.
Peter Ramos. From number to you, one more dead, but number.
What was she to please him?
She showed him it was all right to live again.
She was built different, and all Rome accomplished by abusing Boudica and her girls was... Boudica's daughters, he says, were just a number to you. Just another notch on a belt, another weapon of war. But to her, they showed her it was okay to live again.
And the kidnappers who took that away, huh?
And they're gonna wish they never punched the hair of their
Hangover song. They're gonna wish they never touched a hair on her head.
And to be an artist. Anything, food.
A woman can be an artist, he said, at food, at anything. At food, at anything, at whatever.
It depends on how good he is at it. Creasy's art is dead. He's about to paint his masterpiece.
Boudica was a woman on a mission now, and she went to every tribe in the region who she knew had all suffered similar fates at the hands of the Romans, so it wasn't all too hard to convince these tribes to set aside their differences, stop the infighting, join Boudica, unite to crush their common enemy, to crush Rome. So before long, Boudica found herself at the head of an army of 120,000 men and women, but the Celts didn't mind men and women fighting together side by side, and Boudica led this army against Rome, purging them out of the Celtic territory they had stolen, one city at a time. The first Roman settlement to fall was Camulodunum, which the Romans had turned into one of their strongholds in the region, and once there, Boudica and her Celts didn't just murder and abuse everybody in the city, they didn't just sack the city, no. They cut the Romans' people's genitals and breasts off and sewed them to their mouth so that they appeared to be eating them, forever defiled even in death. And then Boudica impaled...
And that is what you get for raping my children.
at the bodies on spears through whatever hole she chose. The Celtic violence knew no limits, and they were sure to pay back the Roman atrocities with at least as much ferocity. Of course, word quickly spread to Rome that some warrior woman riding around on a chariot was leading all these Celts in violent uprisings and already took down a Roman city. So the Romans were like, a woman, you say?
Algebra.
Underestimate me, I dare you. Just kidding, I don't recommend it. 10 out of 10. Don't try it again. Or in the first place, depending on who you are. Dragon Ball Z. Bowl pack. Next recipe. Oh, sugar. Maybe I should clean up my station. Do that first.
I'll have to ask my accountant about that.
Let's send 200 man slaves to defeat her and teach her a lesson. Yeah, I'm not kidding. They really did send 200 man slaves to fight Boudica's army, which, I repeat, consisted of 120,000 people. Of course, Boudica and the people slapped them around like... And so the Romans then sent 2,500 Roman B-class soldiers to make a stand. But Boudica again was like... And eventually, word of these two other defeats made its way to General Paulinus. Remember, Emperor Nero's appointed governor of England, who realized that, all in all, Paulinus, he had about 1 legion with him in the English territory. That is to say, 5,000 good Roman soldiers. There was no way he was ever going to defeat Boudica's army with those numbers. And Boudica, of course, kept attacking the Romans and their stolen cities one after the other, sacking Londinium, today's London, and Verulamium next, freeing all the Celtic people and growing her army to over 200,000 while killing 80,000 Romans in the process. Needless to say, this was as much of a problem as it was an embarrassment.
Hold on. Ow, babies. This one? There were so many songs that pop up. It's like the whole soundtrack pops up, so you have to be specific. Is it this one?
Well, we're living here in Allentown.
Which one?
And he's driven our lives into the ground.
This one. Two. Hi, baby. It's not the best friend one, right? Or best friend Doug? Is it this one?
What do tigers dream of when they take a little tiger snooze? Do they dream of mauling zebras or Halle Berry in her Catwoman suit? Don't you worry, your pretty striped head. We're gonna get you back to Tyson and your cozy tiger bed. And then we're gonna find our best friend Doug, and then we're gonna give him a best friend hug.
Get your bummy away from the candle. Get away from the candle. God. I'm trying so hard to.
Well, then you're shit out of luck.
Oh, misty eye of the mountain below. Keep careful watch of my brother's souls. And should the sky be filled with fire and smoke, keep watching over during suns.
I couldn't breathe. I haven't even
this is to end in fire, then we should all burn together.
Burn together. First of all,
Cinderella lost her slipper.
in the process of all of that, second of all, I tried so hard to keep him away from this candle. And instead, he dropped down because he didn't want me to take him off the counter, which is what he thought I was doing. So he like leaned back, but he dropped his ass straight in the candle. So not only did I lose my slipper, but all of a sudden this kitchen smells like burnt cat ass. It was not pleasant. Then I laughed so hard I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. That was an adventure. I saw that coming. Why don't you just listen? Why don't people listen to me when I say don't do something? Don't gamble and do drugs. Or don't drive fast, too fast.
And if we should die tonight, we should all die together. Raise a glass of wine for the last time, calling out Father. As we will watch the flames burn over on the mountainside. Desolation comes upon.
Yeah, I saw the smoke and I burst out too, and then I smelled it. And that's what sent me really spiraling. If you had smelled it, you probably would have hit the floor, because I almost did. A couple times.
I see fire inside the mountain. I see fire.
It's funny, girl.
Burning the trees. And I see fire. Hollow in soul. I see fire. Blood in the breeze. And I hope that you remember me.
Somebody says that he's absolutely fine. It's just a little singed off the end, but it was enough to get my attention.
Should my people folding, surely I'll do the same. Confined in mountain holes, we got too close to the flame. Calling out hold fast and we will watch the flames burn over on the mountainside. Desolation comes upon us. I see fire inside the
No, he's definitely salty. Oh no, babe.
And if the night is burning,
I saw it coming. I tried so hard.
the darkness turns, then brothers will die. And as the sky is falling down, it crashed into this lonely town. And with that shadow upon the ground, I hear my people screaming out. And I see fire inside the mountains. I see fire burning the trees. I see fire following souls. I see fire.
Uncompromising energy deserves uncompromising quality.
Go wash your ass. All right. Just drive, fly safe, wash your ass and get some sleep. But good God. I'm praying for your burn victim. God. I went to go get him up off the floor and he moved backwards because he was salty and went right under my heel. Little tail. He's all right. Like I said, it was just a little bit from the end, but it wasn't down to the skin. It was just a little bit. It was like somebody burning off their brow almost. Come here. Get you a treat. A giant bag of treats. Hold on. How do I even open this thing? Good God. I can't open it when you're under my armpit. Babe. I love you. Why do you make this so hard to get into? Just want to get a treat for the kitties. Hold on, I need a knife. You need to get right out of my way, please, with this. Just for a minute. Thank you. This seems dangerous. Especially with two toddlers under my feet. Pretty much. I know. I heard it interrupted your kitchen flow. I know. It's fine. Just can't get this open. All right, come here. Why don't you come here? Come on. All better. Nothing some love in the treat can't fix, right? Nice for them. Yeah, I haven't seen that one in a long time, honestly. I did. You said it was Doug's song. But Bailey has a new video, and I wanted to watch that. In fact, I think she's got 2 this week that I haven't watched. Come on, babies. Somebody's angry. No, I'm in the middle. Down. I heard that. Bitch, don't kill my vibe. Thank you.
No, we should not do that. I don't know about you guys, but that movie, no. Growing up, I wasn't allowed to watch it because it was too scary. I guess it was like too evil, too realistic, and so I watched it on later on a couple years ago when I had COVID, and it was creepy. Okay, yeah, I watched the movie anyways because I'm a team player. But I was like, dang, is this really what goes down during an exorcism? Are they real, or is it just something we see in the movies? Naturally, hi, I'm Bailey Sarian, so I started looking some stuff up, and I knew I was going to find like some freaky stories. I mean, we're talking about people who are supposed to be possessed by demons, but what I found, I was not expecting. Today, we're going to be talking about mass possession of horny.
I'm gonna finish my cooking and then do my nails, I think. It's the game plan while we nerd out and stuff.
The nasty aftermath of the Exorcist movie premiere, and the shocking state of exorcisms today. Oh yes, baby, listen. Welcome to the dark history of exorcisms.
Adobe Acrobat Studio is all new. What can PDF spaces with AI do? Do a space for a contract.
Sorry, terrible. They ninja dosed us. Whatever that was.
AI assistant pulls those in.
I said shush. Next.
Hi friends, I hope you're having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian, and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Here, we believe history does not have to be...
Honestly, the chats have been a little bit kind of fucked up lately, and it's not great. I'm not here for that. I'm here for the good vibes. But, yeah. There've been a lot of weirdos. Not the good kind. I like good weirdos. I am a good weirdo. Let's make some cream cheese and gut some pomegranates,
Yes.
shall we?
Usually in exorcisms, a person is possessed by a demon. And today, the word possessed, we kind of use it like as a joke. Like, look at this photo of my cat. He looks possessed, huh? It's funny. Look at it. But for centuries, demonic possession was considered a serious threat to societies all around the world. And just like with witches, people blamed any strange or unexplainable behavior on demonic possessions. For example, if you lived in ancient times and you were struggling with like an unexplainable physical or mental condition, you would most likely be considered.
Somebody said, did he burn himself? No. He would have, potentially, if I didn't move him, because like I said, see shit coming before it comes, so I try to help people avoid it. Like the candle. But what happened was, what happened was, he got his paw in just a little dusting of flour and did not like it, which saved both of us the trouble. I hear you laughing. This kind of flour? No, heard that question also. Bread flour.
So like in ancient Mesopotamia,
I thought it was water, but it
let's say
wasn't.
a person
It was
had
flour.
like
He didn't like
epilepsy,
it.
and they were like having seizures and stuff. Well, back then they didn't know like what that was. So they, at the time, were like, this person's possessed. Now today, obviously, we know it's called epilepsy, but back then, demon. If you think about it, someone who has a severe form of epilepsy, they might like fall to the ground, shaking. Sometimes their eyes can roll to the back of their head, and sometimes maybe even like foam at the mouth. And back then they're like, demon, right? They assume demon. That kind of sucks because they're going like epilepsy, like that sucks. And instead they're like, demon. Back then there were a few cures for this epilepsy demon. I guess they would hang a mouse dead, I think, and a branch or a thorn bush on your door. I guess it would keep the demon out. I don't know. Or you can get an exorcism from an exorcist dressed in a red cloak. Yeah, like this goes way back. I thought exorcisms for some reason were not that old, but they were doing this way back then. Every religion and every culture had a way of dealing with what they thought was demon possession. But when religions like Catholicism rolls around, yes, that's when things start to look like a lot different. especially when exorcisms started to be done in public. Which brings me to our first story. So, doing my research, right? And I'm reading the story, and I'm like, this is so weird. I thought it was from like a dirty Fabio romance novel that you would get like in an airport, but so much of it was documented by legitimate sources.
No.
So
Do not. I want you to
think
get out
this
of my
is real.
kitchen right now.
Okay,
please.
listen.
Sharp
I can't wait to
objects.
like read your responses to this one. Okay. So the story, it starts in the year 1632, and it takes place in this town in central France called Loudun. Now, the town was recovering after being taken over by like a horrifying black plague, aka the bubonic plague. It was a deadly bacterial infection that spread to humans through rat fleas, and people basically died of a horrifying infection slowly and painfully. I guess in Loudun alone, like 3,700 people died of this plague. Now, only 14,000 people lived in Loudun, so everyone was affected. Everyone knew someone who had died from this. Now, this led to a lot of fear and paranoia, and obviously sadness. Now, especially with the local nuns, Loudun had this convent, aka like a home for nuns, okay? And they had 16 young teenage nuns living there. Now, this convent was a little different from others because all of them were from noble or like rich families. Now, these women were forced to become nuns because their parents didn't want to pay a dowry, aka a price to marry them off. So that was one reason. Another reason that you would end up at this convent, honestly, sadly, was because you were considered too ugly to get married. Yeah, that's kind of sad. How do you break the news to your child, like, hey, you're ugly, so you're gonna go to this convent? Like, how do you explain that? Hey, you got a big wart on your face. We just can't marry you off. Yeah. So we got the uglies and we got the ones who can't get married. So to make matters worse, after the plague, the convent closed its doors to keep away the disease, you know, and they would not let the girls leave. They also would not allow visitors to come inside either. Okay, so it was like lockdown, and it was boring. It was sad. Okay, it sucked. There's nothing to do. I don't think coloring books were invented yet still. They kept busy by doing manual labor in the convent just to earn food. And it honestly seemed like the girls would never get a chance to like touch grass again. But then, listen, something spooky happens.
What's up, babe?
In the dead of the night on September 22nd, 1632, one of the young nuns sees something very creepy. Now, it was something that she had never seen before. And she got a feeling that it was very dark and evil. Now, she swore it was the presence of a priest who had recently died. So she's like, what the fuck, you know? So the young nun, she rushed to tell the head nun, a woman named Jeanne d'Ange. Now, she was expecting Jeanne to tell her to like go pray or tell her that she needed to like go get some sleep.
For me.
Something, you know? But instead,
Happy Thursday.
Jeanne, she looks at her and she says, oh my God, that's so crazy. I literally saw the same thing yesterday. And over the next few weeks, I guess weird stuff started to happen. Dark stuff was going on within the convent. Now, according to the nuns, they would be walking down the halls like
2, 3 Gregorian chants.
You know, nun things. And then out of the corner of their eye, they'd see like, I don't know, a big black orb just following them around. Nuns also said they saw evil skeletons just walking up and down the halls slowly, terrifying everyone. Like literally, they saw Paul just like walking up and down the halls.
Not every.
I'm just picking up like ramen noodles or something. I don't know who's eating those, but I just picked that up. Something like ramen noodles.
College level courses help thousands of people.
Or like, I don't know, pho or something.
Whatever it was, it made everyone feel uneasy. Now then things kind of like went up a notch. Nuns were reporting that they were being punched and even like violently pushed by invisible forces. Nun fight! It's like a fight club but for nuns. Some girls started to experience weird emotional possessions. Like they would start hysterically cackling out of nowhere. So I was Googling, what is cackling? And I guess it's like a witch's laugh.
Yeah. We sounded the same.
You know, I haven't nailed my witch laugh yet.
I haven't either.
They were cackling, witch laughs. It was evil, it was creepy. Listen, this was different and dark because, again, these were submissive, quiet, rule-following nuns. Some were ugly. And suddenly everyone is like feeling something take over them. They're cackling and they're acting bizarre. And as you can imagine, this was all weird, okay? And the nuns were probably telling themselves, like, it had something to do with the Black Plague deaths, right? It's the only thing that would make sense. But pretty soon, things would take a demonic turn that no one saw coming. So growing up, I actually grew up with cats. I was a cat person growing up. And let me tell you, owning a... Paul looks creepy. We're gonna get to you in a minute, Paul. So the young nuns of Loudun were experiencing some bizarre hauntings, and the women were even starting to experience physical symptoms themselves. So a few weeks after the hauntings began, the head nun, Jean,
Can I get you something?
she felt an invisible hand
like
clench
some more
her
wet food for some
fist.
reason.
When she opened her hand, she found 3 bloody thorns in her palm. Oh, hell no. Nope. To Jean, this was a sign from the demons that the possessions were real and they were only going to get worse. After the thorns, it seemed like every nun in the convent was possessed. Now, a few nuns reportedly started to, quote, bend over backward and walk with their hands clasped to their heels. I know, flexible, wow. Other nuns started frantically whipping their heads from front to back while like darting their tongues out. Yeah,
Nothing
little
important,
lizards or
obviously.
something like. And then get this, and this is according to like reports, okay? Their tongues were black and covered with pimples.
Ew.
I don't know what's going on.
Oh, what?
I don't know. LOL. You know,
Ew.
it was happening. Puberty, huh?
What?
It really gets you. Jeez. Some nuns would beat their chest over and over again and scream bloody murder. And like others would growl, bark, hiss, I guess like a snake,
Were they having like
uncontrollably.
mass hysteria? What happened?
So we got
Somebody
all kinds of
put
animals
lead in the water?
happening, growling, barking,
What
hissing,
happened?
bending over backwards. Your tongue is covered in pimples.
Ew.
Like, what is going on? But I don't think this is like the worst part. This is actually freeing for them because some of them would expose themselves. I just like rip off their clothes, I guess, or like lift up their woo, you know. And most shocking, these innocent little virgins would be shouting nasty, sexual, and violent things and encouraging the people around them to do the same. Now, these possessions weren't like the movies where it happens like one time and then it's like, oh, they're healed. No, they were constant. They would happen, I guess, in like a short period of time. And when the demons would leave their bodies, the women would like be back to normal and be like, oh my God, what happened? That was crazy. You were bending over backwards. That was wild. But then it would happen again. Now, this was happening so often that local religious officials decided to call in priests to perform exorcisms. But get this, these weren't your typical like private exorcisms, you know, done in the comfort of your own home. Now, these were done in the town square in front of a crowd of thousands of people. My question was like, why? why would they do this? But listen, they would bring out the nuns, town square, bring everyone out, okay? The possessed nuns would start screaming and saying things, rip off their clothes.
Fuck.
That's why people probably came. And then, like, vomit,
Ew.
throw up, nails. It was insane. Now, my question was, like, why did they bring him out to the town square? And the answer I could find, it was complicated, but for the most part, it was like this was essentially a tourist attraction for the town of Loudun for some reason. People across Europe could not believe that like a group of young innocent nuns were possessed by demons, so they brought him out, and the town's like, look, our nuns are crazy. Like, we're meeting here at 12. If you want to see a show, come on out. It's
Don't
gonna
wait.
get
You
wild.
don't have to wait for me.
They're gonna rip their clothes off.
I'm gonna eat soon.
Because, like,
I
wouldn't
need
you think it
another
would be kind of like give your town a bad reputation?
Don't wait.
So,
Get your food.
what? But they did that. Okay, fine.
I'll be here.
Weird.
I'll eat something
Listen,
with
despite their
promise.
public exorcisms, the nuns didn't seem to be getting better. In fact, they were getting worse. So the priests, they decided to get to the bottom of it. Now, they asked the nuns, you think they do this step one, but okay, after some time had passed, they finally asked the nuns who had done this to them. And the possessed women start naming demons who had possessed them. Asmodeus,
Oh, he's a terrible.
Behemoth, Leviathan, Astaroth, some wild demon names. Billy Bob Thornton. I don't know, he just came to mind. After many months, the possessed women finally tell the priest about who was really responsible for all this.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a demon at all. In the town square, the possessed nuns started shouting, Urban Grandier! And I was like, what is that, a new like restaurant in LA where they have like, you know, is it like a vegan restaurant? Urban Grandier? Sounds like that, huh? So listen, Urban Grandier. What does that mean? The crowd is gasping. Because Urban Grandier was a priest. Listen, not just any priest. Allegedly, a very, very naughty priest. Now, he was allegedly very good looking. I just saw a picture of him, so I'm going to say allegedly. At the time, he was good looking. He has a little bit of a bang. He was arrogant, he was charming, and honestly, he was the kind of guy
She
who
does
liked
not agree
to
with that
stir
statement.
the pot. Now, this man, Urbain, he published a satire piece
That was her
mocking
nice way
the
of saying, I
local
think he's ugly.
cardinal, which is like a high-ranking priest in the church. Now, hello, this was seen as very disrespectful. Urban, he was kind of known, okay, for like doing stuff. He loved swinging that D around Europe. Listen, he loved love. He loved inserting objects into holes. His own object. He was known to sleep with any woman with a pulse. It was said he loved to deflower virgins. He loved to, quote, unquote, comfort widows. Oh. And he even liked sleeping with the daughters of noblemen in town. And he was a priest. So I don't think he should be doing that. Listen, one time he had offered to give Latin lessons to like an influential person's teenage daughter. And then, he gave her some lessons and he got her pregnant.
Oh dear.
Now, most people would be jailed for this or maybe even exiled for this, but not Urban. His title of priest somehow protected him. But the thing Urban was most famous for was a book that he wrote. In it, he said members of the church, like priests or nuns, shouldn't have to be celibate. People thought he was a pervert for this. This was not in anyone. No one was thinking like this at the time. So very controversial, but he didn't care. He loved holes. He loved a wedding. And girl, when those possessed nuns uttered his name in public,
Hi, puppies.
ooh, the rumors were swirling. After a long day at work, the last thing I want to do is go home and figure out what the heck am I gonna cook. Just got better. I've always wanted to do that. It seems so fun. And also, the head nun, Jean, she asked him to be her personal spiritual advisor. Wink, wink, maybe? I don't know. Jean was described as, she was one of the ugly ones. She was described as controlling, mean, and reportedly, I guess she had a bad hunchback. Yeah, bummer. Listen, she could have asked any priest to come to be her spiritual advisor, but she specifically wanted Urban, but Urban refused. And this was honestly like a slap in the face to Jean. Because I mean, like, he's well known to like sleep with everyone, and like, you know, I'm making an assumption here that, you know, Jean probably wasn't getting dick down because, you know, of her appearance. So she's probably like, ooh, Urban will like, you know, I can like ride that. And he was like, no. And she was fucking pissed. Because of his reputation, when the possessed nuns shouted Urban's name during their exorcism, obviously he looked guilty as hell. He was immediately charged with witchcraft and was put on trial.
Get down.
Now I know what you're thinking.
There.
Bailey, hi. I thought this was about exorcisms.
No.
It is. Shut up. Listen. Pretty much any trial that involved unexplainable circumstances ended in a witchcraft trial. So Urban is on trial, but there isn't exactly concrete evidence to like convict him of anything. He's basically on trial based on hearsay. But then prosecutors present a damning piece of evidence during the trial.
Down, please.
Some might
Write it
even
down.
call it a smoking gun.
Thank you. Goodness gracious.
Gotcha,
It's not
bitch.
safe for you to be
Apparently,
out here with fire and sharp
during
knives
an
in
exorcism, one of the
Hostile
possessed
right now.
nuns
Smart.
vomits up a piece of
Thank you,
paper.
though. I love
Gross.
you.
So someone decides to get that,
We'll snuggle soon. Okay?
open it up. It's got to be moist. It's a contract with like all these demonic drawings and symbols on it and writing that doesn't make sense. Side note, beautiful handwriting on this contract. Gorgeous
Bon
calligraphy. Beautiful.
What kind of
But the
chicken do you
contract
have?
essentially stated that Urban had traded his soul away for quote unquote worldly pleasures. And it was signed by several demons, including Satan.
Oh gosh.
So the prosecutors, they unroll a copy of the document and show it to the crowd. They're like, look at this beautiful handwriting. It's gorgeous. Listen, I know what you're thinking. A copy? Yeah. Allegedly, the original copy was filed away.
Right now at Dark.
Gosh. Roast chicken. Good. It won't take me long. Your dog did. Your dog did? What do you mean? Did you have some? Did the dog take it? Biscuits and gravy.
Like sleep with them. So just everyone had a reason to hate the guy. Now the trial wasn't short. It actually went on for over 2 years. And in between the trial days, Urban was tortured horribly. One of the ways they tortured him was with this device called the Spanish boot. It was basically a wooden boot with sharp iron spikes inside of it. So you would put on this boot and it would stab you and like it would crush your bones. You wouldn't die. Instead, you would be in horrible pain and you would get infections because of the wounds. So they did that.
Probably died.
Every day they yelled at him to confess, but Urban never confessed. He refused, saying, quote, "I have committed no crimes, sir. only heirs. Being a man, I have often gone astray. ... He said more, but like, that's the highlight. After 2 years, Urban was ordered to be burned at the stake. Now here's the crazy thing you never hear about besides this story. It was custom for the hangman to strangle people to death before they burned the person at the stake. It was almost like a professional courtesy. Very kind. But Urban's enemies refused to let this happen. They wanted him to die in agony. And on August 18th, 1634, Urban was burned at the stake in front of a cheering crowd. R.I.P. He must have had a big dick. But then listen, plot twist. Because listen,
Yeah.
not long after the trial, the truth came out. Apparently, the head nun, Jean, the hunchback nun of Loudun,
I need another bowl.
had a certified sexual
glad you guys are- I'm glad you're
obsession
eating. I'm so
with
glad.
Urban. She had confessed to another priest that she couldn't stop having very intense
Good.
sexual dreams about him. She would get wetties for him all the time. Moist,
Ew. Ew.
wild. In these dreams, Urban would appear to her as an angel, but then convince her to perform all these forbidden sexual acts. Allegedly, Jean made advances at Urban, but he was not interested. Yeah, so her feelings were hurt. I mean, imagine this man, again, who sleeps with everyone except for you. She was pissed. So I bet she thought to herself, look, if I can't have him, no one
Nobody
can.
can. That's narcissism.
So
Yeah.
she teamed up with like some very important people in town to get Urban in trouble. It turned out that the cardinal Urban insulted wanted him taken down because they hated his views on celibacy and also Catholicism in general. And remember that teenage girl that he knocked up? Well, her dad was like the town's prosecutor, like he was a bigwig prosecutor, and he also wanted to get rid of this guy, okay? So together with Jean, they hatch a plan. So those teenage nuns, well, yeah, later they said that they were tortured into confessing that Urban was
Interesting.
the one responsible for the possessions.
So you need like non-cured.
So they did it. They said it was Urban. But here's the mystery. Everyone thought that once Urban died, the possessions would stop. But even after his death, the possessions allegedly got worse. The demons, I guess, were spreading. They started to possess people around the nuns. The judge who was in charge of the Urban trial, and even a priest apparently dropped dead after being possessed. Again, there are legitimate sources that document what the nuns saw in the convent, including the demonic possession. So it seemed like it was like really happening, and maybe the wrong guy just like took the heat. It was like literally though, he was
It's a
burned at the
sensory
stake.
thing,
But listen,
probably, Jamie.
I guess we'll never
I don't
fully know
judge.
what happened at that convent in Loudun. The confessions were proven to be fake, but at the end of the day, the possessions were considered to still be real. And as far as we know, it still happened. Now, many thought it could have been a result of mass hysteria.
I wondered about that.
Some believe that the possessions were just the real demons were there.
Or
Hi.
is there something in that water?
But many still to this day have no idea what the hell that was about. This is for my Dark History Deep Cut viewers. Did you watch our episode on the dancing plague of something, something, something? This kind of
Maybe
reminds me
you're
of
allergic
that,
to
where
it.
it's like people just kind of freaking lost it, and like there was no clear understanding as to what the hell that was about. I don't know. Was it demons or was it hysteria? What was it? All I know is hell hath no fury like a horny nun scorned.
God.
Okay, let's just admit it. Most of us, we put our health issues on the back
It's
burner.
insane.
We all do it. This is America, right?
No. Ooh. I hear this. Hello, baby. Can I help you? What do you need, my lovey? Want more wet food?
And look, ZocDoc, they make it so easy to find the right doctor.
Baby. Heard this?
So long that I almost became just a stoic statue fit for nobody. I don't wanna get in your way, but I finally think I can say that the vicious cycle was over the moment you smiled at me. And just like the rain, you cast the dust into nothing and wash out the soul from my head. So touch me again, I feel my shadow dissolving. Will you cleanse me with pleasure?
No.
Dangerous disposition, somehow refracted in sound. Coiled up like the venomous serpent, tangled in your trance and uncertain. You got your hopes in me. I don't know the way that it goes. You get what you give, you reap what you sow. I can see you in my face. You can say for certain
Down.
if maybe it's just a game. When I open my eyes to the future, I can hear you say my name. So rain down on me.
So good. I love that one too.
Because like it's all online or on the app. You can filter, and then Ronald the next morning would be completely normal. So after seeing lines would suddenly appear .com/dark history. Our next story happens hundreds of years later. It's January 1949 in Washington, D.C. A 13-year-old boy named Ronald Hunkler started exhibiting some very unusual behavior. During the day, he was his normal, happy self, but at night, he turned into someone completely different.
dreams,
I guess
Jamie.
Ronald would like erupt in horrifying screaming fits, thrashing
Glad you're
himself
all right, bud.
around the room. His skin would transform, like scratches and red lines would suddenly appear all over his body. And then he would slip into a trance and start speaking in a very deep, dark voice. Now, this would go on all night. And then Ronald, the next morning, would be completely normal. So after seeing pastors, doctors, and even spiritualists, Ronald's parents were desperate for help. They traveled to St. Louis so Ronald could be seen by a priest who handles extreme cases. This priest took one look at Ronald and announced that he needed an exorcism. And I guess that's when all hell broke loose. There were hamburgers flying everywhere.
Hamburgers?
Chicken nuggets. The McRib is back. Ah. Ronald McDonald. Come on. It was funny. Shut up. For months, priests performed very intense exorcisms on Ronald. So, when a preacher is about to perform an exorcism, they read something called a ritual of exorcism from the Ritual Romanum, which is like the official book of the Roman Rite, and is what Catholic priests use.
Yeah, that's why.
You know, in like every like exorcism movie, they always like have the book. So I guess that's what they're reading. Typically, you know, they read from this book and they perform the and they do the exorcism and it does the trick. But with Ronald, it wasn't working. They also had to throw holy water, recite scripture, and even use like prayers to try and cast out demons. It was reported that demons would be screaming at the preachers through Ronald's body while he was strapped down in bed. Spooky. I got the chills right now. I don't know. So the priest performing the exorcism said that it was so intense and violent, Ronald's bed would move on its own, once even like sliding across the room and knocking everyone over. And then finally, on April 18th, after months of trying everything, priests decided to whip out the Big Mac of exorcisms, a massive crucifix. I wonder how big it was. It isn't standard practice, but they had to try everything, right? So they got a big one. So they take this big crucifix and they put it on Ronald's body and they start shouting at the demons, you know, telling the demons that they're not going to stop fighting for Ronald's soul. You know, it's intense, okay? They're screaming, there's thrashing, they're reciting, whatever they're saying, okay? After 7 minutes, Ronald woke up, turned to the priest.
Somebody's mad. Somebody's worried that I haven't eaten yet. I feel that too. Don't worry, I will. I got you. Well, I heard one pomegranate seed is not enough.
It's closer to everything, but we don't know where to start.
Oh, wait,
Find it with
what
Realtor.
No, thought I skipped you, ma'am.
And simply said, quote, he's gone. This case did get some media coverage, but it wasn't taking over like national headlines or anything.
I'm almost done though.
That is, until a writer named William Peter Blatty discovered the case.
I felt bad, I know.
So William, he had a career as a very successful comedy screenwriter in Hollywood. But
All right, I'll
deep
take
down,
a break.
secretly, he always
I just
wanted to
have one
write
left.
about like a story that he had been obsessed with for decades. You see, in college, William read about Ronald's episodes of possession, and like he always just wanted to write about it. But throughout the years, you know, he's telling people like, I want to write this, I just want to do it. Everyone told him no. No one's gonna be into that. No, don't do it. No. No. So fast forward to the late 1960s, and there was like this big conversation happening in culture about the existence of God and the devil. In 1966, Time magazine published a cover that read, "Is God dead?" It was a very controversial issue that was all about spirituality and its role in culture. William has his little like light bulb moment, and he's like, oh yeah, like this is my moment. He tells his agent, he's like, listen, I wanna write like a spooky book or something, you know? And his agent is like, no, you're a comedy writer. Don't do it. No. But in 1968, William decides, you know what? I'm gonna trust my gut. I'm gonna do it anyways. One night, William and his wife, they go see like one of the hottest movies of the year, Rosemary's Baby. Now, Rosemary's Baby was like a major box office hit. It had satanic themes, so William was like, see, people are into this. And like after seeing the movie, William was like, you know, he tells his wife, like, come on, I could do that. I could write a movie. I could do something better than that. Just let me do it. He decides, you know what? Even though everyone told me not to do it, I'm going to do it anyways. And he decides to revisit his passion project, turning Ronald's story into a fictional horror novel. So he tweaks the story and he makes it more entertaining for the masses. He replaces Ronald with a 12-year-old demon-possessed girl named Reagan, and he adds edge to the story with shocking sexual content. And if you're watching over on YouTube, you can see Paul came dressed as Reagan. You look creepy. You really nailed it. I don't like it. You're creeping me out. Now, William is so confident in this idea, he ends up going to like a cocktail party where he knew publishers were gonna be there, you know, and he's like, okay, now's my chance to like kind of pitch my story in real life. So William's pitching to these editors and important people, and he's like, yeah, I wanna write a book, and it's gonna be called The Exorcist. Yeah, that one. So I guess there was a publisher that loved the idea and ended up giving William a $25,000 advance. Now in today's money, that's like $225,000. So William, he takes that money and essentially locks himself in his home in Los Angeles, and he is writing like his life depends on it. He had a deadline, so he's going. It was said he wrote over 16 hours a day, every day. It was said that like William wrote this book on some kind of upper so he could make his deadline. But also if you've read the book, it's kind of like bananas. So, you know, I believe it. Allegedly, I should say. I assume they all are. I don't know. Anyways, doesn't matter. His fingers are like bleeding. It's just going so hard. He ends up completing his passion project. And once he was done, the book was published in 1971. The Exorcist. Now, immediately, it shot to the top of the New York Times bestseller list, where it stayed for over a year. Now, William, he's like, this needs to be a movie. So he's like pitching it to different like studios and whatnot. He had a really hard time finding studios to produce the movie, but eventually he sold the rights to Warner Brothers, and the rest is history. So The Exorcist, it premiered on December 26, 1973, the day after Christmas. Question for you. Why do they always release like really horror movies after Christmas? What's that about? Let me know down below. Why not like around Halloween? I don't get it. Why do they do that? I want to know. There's got to be an answer. Nothing was the same after.
How can he type if he can't read? Like, how does he know how to write words if he doesn't know how to read?
To horror movies, okay? It's hard to imagine a horror movie single-handedly changing culture, but that's exactly what happened with The Exorcist. Days after the movie premiered, the stories started coming out. People were barfing in theaters, fainting, screaming, I guess running out in the middle of the theater, okay? They were traumatized. They were scared. One theater owner in the 70s said, quote, "I've been in the business 47 years and I've never seen anything like it." Going on to say that whenever the movie was
well, I hope you're doing well, Coconut.
Cases of vomiting, and numerous people fleeing the theater. I know, those poor genders. So theaters were playing it all day, every day, just trying to keep up with the demand. Because people were talking about it. Like, if you saw the movie, you would go to your friend and be like, I just saw this fucked up movie. It was so scary. Like, whoa. So then that person was like, well, I gotta go see this movie, you know? And everyone wanted to see it. Lines were up to 5,000 people long. Everyone wanted to.
Well, thanks for joining How You Can, Coconuts. We're never trying to leave you. Got it. Never trying to leave you out of the chat. I can't. The username made me laugh. They were really nice comments. It was just leaving love and party hats. Get mad at that.
He mentally messed with
I don't know.
a lot of people. Some left the movie
Wasn't
like
being weird to me.
so disturbed they were convinced that they were possessed. There was a surge in exorcisms after this movie came out. Now this is what is just
Joe thinks your username is dope. I think he's silly.
episode by Dr. Joseph Laycock. Apparently, before The Exorcist, there were only 2 documented exorcisms in the United States in modern history. It was considered something that was possible, but it was rare. But after the movie, listen, your mom...
Don't be mad. Only because the thing I really want right now, that like I think I can stomach, I don't have cooked yet. So I'm gonna have to bake it. But it's fine. It'll take like an hour. But it's fine. I'm not that hungry anyway, so I can smoke some more bulb. Don't be mad. I'm gonna do what I need to anyway. But I'll eat, don't worry. But don't be mad.
Possessed, your cousin was possessed, your dog was possessed, your neighbor was
You said you were going to eat your cooking again. I can already hear it.
It was out of control.
But I need to.
Everyone was...
I'm not making the soup, just the one thing
or at least believing they were possessed. In 1975, a report was published in the Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease describing how The Exorcist had caused, quote, cases of traumatic neurosis and even psychosis. Some people even had to be hospitalized immediately after the movie. Could you imagine? Now, it's hard to even like understand this, but you have to understand there was no movie out there like this. So like this was just like, it was so new and drop it, Bailey, move on. There was even a new mental illness diagnosis created specifically because of the movie. People were being diagnosed with something called cinematic neurosis, which is defined as, quote, the development of anxiety, somatic responses, dissociation, and even psychotic symptoms after watching a film. I got that from Bambi. Do you remember when the mom gets shot?
Yep. I do. Was horrifying. Ah.
Yeah, that kind of fucked me up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Girl.
Let me know down below what movie did that for you. Anyways, because of this movie, lots of people gained from it. The film industry profited, psychiatrists profited, even the church profited from it because more people were afraid of demonic possessions, so they were attending church. Now, for my own like research and like data and stuff, I was wondering how many exorcisms or possessions happened during this time. I was just curious, you know? But there's no way to actually know because there's like a rule where it's private between the priest and like the client, which is kind of nice. It's like if I were possessed, I wouldn't want everyone to know, you know? If I needed an exorcism, I wouldn't want everyone to know. It's kind of like HIPAA, but for demons. Well, that was cool. So we don't have any like data, is what I'm saying.
Shit.
I guess they're not allowed to talk about it. Even though the exorcism hype somewhat died down over the years, it never truly went away. It just evolved into something different, which brings us to exorcisms today, which is like a whole different new situation. Because listen, we have something they didn't have in the 70s. The internet. Oh, the goddamn internet. So in 2018, a journalist, his name was Andrew Gold, he traveled to Argentina to film a documentary about exorcisms for the BBC. Listen, this wasn't just like a standard exorcism story. This was about a man named Padre Manuel Acuna. And he's a modern day exorcist with an eye for social media. So Andrew, the journalist, he traveled to Padre's home church, which was in Santos Lugares, to witness like one of these exorcisms firsthand. And if you're like me, you're picturing an old school church with gold crosses, red benches, wallpaper, you know, I don't know. But when Andrew gets there, he's like, oh, this is different. Okay. All right. So he gets there and he realizes that his Padre's place was decked out in movie posters where Padre's face was photoshopped into the starring roles, let's say. So like there's a poster featuring him in The Exorcist. There's a poster of like X-Files with his face photoshopped in there. He had his face photoshopped onto Britney's body on Crossroads. He had a poster of Howard the Duck. Him as Howard, of course. Total Recall. Oh yeah, him as Arnold. Come on, who doesn't want to be Arnold? From Crossroads on, that was a joke. Have you seen Howard the Duck though?
Somebody said you dropped it. Well, it was, I don't usually freeze it. Or at least, if I do, I let it thaw typically first. So it's a little slippery, but it's fine. And honestly kind of needed to be under the water and need the ice off of it. It's fine.
About it for a minute, let's pivot here. It's a movie about a duck who has sexual relations with an adult woman, and then in the movie they show the duck having sexual relations with her. It's very odd. Have you seen it? Let me know down below your thoughts. I find that movie to be a bit disturbing. Thank you. I guess Padre got his first taste of fame in 2015 when one of his exorcisms went viral. So Padre posted a video on social media in March of 2015 called The Exorcism of Laura. Now the girl in the video, her name was not actually Laura, it was Paula. I'm not sure why they switched the name, but maybe HIPAA. Maybe it was the HIPAA. I don't know. Maybe it was a typo, but that's fine. He posted it. Paula had spent most of her young life in a psychiatric ward in Argentina, struggling with mental illness. And at the age of 22, after, exhibiting some unusual behavior, Paula went to Padre's church to look for spiritual guidance to help her. Now, it was determined that Paula was possessed by the devil and she needed an exorcism. So Padre performed an exorcism on her and, of course, made sure to film it. He's like, use the Facetune app so my face looks like flawless, whatever. Padre performed an exorcism on her and made sure it was filmed for the internet, of course. And according to ChristianPost.com, local religious leaders gathered at Padre's church to witness the exorcism. Now, allegedly, the scene was horrifying. Paula is sweating and writhing on the ground, screaming and cursing at religious leaders, including Padre. And then they put this on the internet. I'd be so pissed if I was Paula. HIPAA. In the video, church members are frantically trying to hold Paula down as Padre holds a crucifix above her chest and shouts at the demons, "Leave! Leave her now.
I'll get you more.
Eventually, a church member puts something in Paula's open mouth.
That's danger.
Then, Paula's head falls back and she relaxes. I know I had some questions. I said, what did they put in her mouth? I don't know. But they claimed that the exorcism was a complete success. What'd they put in her mouth?
Yeah, what did you drug her
Was
with?
it a Xanax? Was it a muscle relaxant? What? Tylenol? What was that? So the secret to getting rid of a demon is to pop a muscle relaxer. You're welcome. After this, Paula moved far away from her family and dedicated her life to Padre's ministry. I don't know. She's now Padre's assistant. She organizes consultations with people who want to have an exorcism, and she talks to people who want to be exorcists themselves. Yes. Padre is not a gatekeeper. He runs his own school for aspiring exorcists. Padre is pretty busy. He averages like 1 to 2 exorcisms per week. Good for him, you know? And he continues to be one of the most famous exorcists in Argentina. And most importantly, one of the modern faces of exorcisms. Listen, if you think about it really hard and you squint, an exorcist influencer, kind of inevitable, huh? I could see that. Like when you like posting like with the Bible, hashtag exorcist, hashtag save the world, hashtag no demons here, hashtag demon out. And listen, I'm not here to judge, you know? I can't decide if it's good or bad. I don't really care. Live your lives, as long as you're not hurting others. But, you know, to take it up a notch, there are apps where you can get like an exorcism on demand. These ones I was like, okay, I don't know about this. I know, I was thinking there's no way. But then again, this is America, huh? Yeah, we're probably, I mean, this is 2025, this is the future. If you go to like your app store and you type in exorcism, a ton of apps show up offering different exorcism options. One app lets you chat with a priest to get guidance on an exorcism. It's probably AI. Another app offers guidance for priests to perform exorcisms. It's like TaskRabbit for exorcisms, I guess. It's a lot. I'm not gonna share the names of these apps because I'm not.
That is crazy.
Sounds
dude.
scammy to me. I don't like it. But
Anyway, there's another one, right? Oh, yeah. Somebody's angry. Why are you so angry? Why are you angry?
it's placed in an English town called Bradford. And okay, listen, it's October of 1858. So try and imagine that in your brain. The Industrial Revolution is going off and it's really changed everything. Businesses were just popping up everywhere and people were trying to take advantage of the holiday season and make some money, right? So they're just like, yeah, I shine shoes, make a store out of it, just whatever. So on October 30th of 1858, it's like the day before Halloween, people are already celebrating, walking around in like costumes, people are having wild parties and just celebrating, Everyone's probably smelled like shit because there's no such thing as deodorant yet. It was wild. Anyway, a local candy seller, his name was William Hardacker, was looking to offload some of his holiday candy, right? So he sets up shop at a local market and he's selling like a ton of this one striped peppermint flavored candy. It's like something you would get at like a doctor's, not ideal, but it was called humbugs, like bah humbug. They loved them back then because they didn't have taste yet. And William, he was actually known for his humbug
didn't
candies.
have
And in town, he would like go by the name Humbug Billy. So people would like
Not me.
flock to him for this special treat.
No,
William
it's
was
not
selling
you.
these humbugs.
I heard
You-
where it came from. I love you guys. No, it sounded like a karmic female because I wasn't even going to say anything about it until I noticed your comments. But just so you know, it's not. I know it's not you. She responded with, "Cause you look so cool in your kitchen. You just look so cool. Like I'm just chilling in the kitchen cutting things. And like I got a flash of somebody saying or something earlier about my body paint. Are you dressed as something? What was it? Oh, they were asking about Sleep Token. I don't think they do their stuff like this, do they? No. And honestly, these aren't even runes. Most of them, if any of them, they're just like designs, just randomly painted. So there was no correlation there, other than the fact that I did pull my henna out so that I could redo my fingers. But given all of that context, I understand where it's coming from. Because after explaining all of that, she said, "You look so cool in your kitchen and I fucking hate myself." That was her response. I thought it was weird. I sounded like a jealous feminine energy, so I just ignored it. But that's where that was coming from that time. I felt it in my stomach. Anyway, thanks for clarifying. And I got you. I won't let you sweat or think that I think it's you. It's not. It's not fair. She just wasn't worth the time and energy. You are. You're worth the explanation. She was not.
Discount, because the candy he was selling, it kind of had a weird discoloration to it.
Bitch! I heard that.
So they're like quote unquote defective, you know? So he's like, I should just sell them at half price and just kind of get them gone. And they must have tasted fine because he was going to try and like sell this candy no matter what. And of course, people love a sale and they bought a ton of them. By the end of the day, William had sold 5 pounds of the humbug candies. And then the next morning, it was Halloween, right? Woo! The big day is finally here. In the town of Bradford, normally is supposed to be going about their business and celebrating as usual, but this time the town was in a panic. Go on, you say what? That very night, 2 young boys had died suddenly in their home. What? I know. Even though, like, it wasn't uncommon for children to, like, suddenly die of disease back then, which is super sad, right? But, like, these 2 were different. And people were still feeling uneasy about it. So the police, they get involved, and they originally thought the kids had died of cholera, which was everywhere at the time. But the boys, who were only 2 and 11, they, at the time, were perfectly healthy. So it was just super confusing, and none of it made sense. The parents of the boys were scrambling for answers, right? They were remembering the day before with the boys, like, what had we done? What happened, you know? They're thinking, and they realize, like, oh my God, both of the boys ate that weird colored humbug candy, right? And they're putting it together, and they're like, oh my God, they did. So they're thinking, they're like, oh my God, it's got to be this candy. That's the only thing that makes sense. But they needed to connect the candy to the kid's death because it was just like a thought, you know? So the father and another young man in the house decide to test the candy for poison. But again, this was 1858, and it's not like they're chemists or anything, you know? And the only way they could determine if the candy was poisoned or not was to eat it. Bold, I know. So the father and his buddy pop the candy in their mouths, and they're sucking on it, you know? And not long after, both of them were bending over in pain. And they're like, oh my God, right? And then following that, they were struck by this intense diarrhea. Oh God. It was shooting out their ass.
Ew, Bailey, I'm
to that
cooking, girl.
Well, word got out that these 2 men were sick from this candy. So So people they're starting to put it together, and they're realizing,
that.
oh my God, like, my
It's not
kid
funny.
is and another person's like, my kid is tons of people are realizing that their kids and some adults had eaten the candy, and many were getting sick. Oh, shit. So it turns out that this candy was actually
I heard that too. I thought it was funny. It's not. I heard you laugh and it's making me laugh.
The hell, humbug, Bill. It was such a betrayal. The Candyman is trying to kill us all? Well, with so many cases of candy poisoning popping up all over town, again, the authorities, they got to get involved on like a bigger scale. So they start tracking down the nausea, the pain, and diarrhea symptoms of the survivors.
Come on.
Officers spend the whole next day and night rushing
Say
around
they
town,
were
knocking
sick.
on people's doors, warning them not to eat this candy. And it didn't take long for the police to kind of put two and two together and think poison. Apparently, along with diseases like cholera, poisoning was pretty common at the time. Do you remember aquatofana? Yeah, it is common, okay? Accidental and intentional poisoning
good
usually
episode, by the way,
happened so
aquatofana.
often because buying poison at the time was very easy. It was like as common as buying a carton of milk from the store. So you're like, hey, I want to kill my husband today. You just go get that poison. That easy. Now, one of the most common poisons sold at the time was arsenic. Arsenic could be purchased from your local corner store without even a question followed. Like, no one was keeping track of who bought it or looked at them sideways if they did buy it. I mean, think about it. If you did that today.
It helps. It helps. It helps to know where things are and what's what. But it helps first to know your own energy so that you can separate it from other people's. But yeah, when I feel all of a sudden this random like surge of anger or sadness and it's like out of the blue, there's no context to it. I was perfectly fine. I'm not sad. I wasn't thinking about anything. I might have been just like minding my business and focused on the task at hand. All of a sudden, it's not the same thing as a flashback. It's different. That's not my energy. And so you start to be able to regulate that a little bit. Sweet dreams. I hope you have a good night, Bri. But yeah. It does help. However, that was the defense mechanism. I learned it after dealing with a lot of really terrible people for a long time. I kept myself safe.
You end up on a list somewhere, you know? But not back then. I guess people all over Victorian England would use arsenic as rat poison. Oopsie. Arsenic is like a white powdery substance,
I'll catch you tomorrow
and it
if
really
you'd
was
like.
the perfect poison if
I'll
you
be
were
here
trying
tomorrow.
to kill something or someone. Because arsenic, I guess it has like a slightly sweet, non-toxic taste sprinkled on top of like cereal, something, you know? It got me thinking, it was like, oh, it's kind of like antifreeze. I do a lot of murder mysteries, you guys, so I'm like, yeah, antifreeze, I hear that's sweet too. So, if someone wanted to sprinkle a little bit in your food, you honestly probably would not notice. Many people during that time period were known for eating very heavy, rich, sugary foods. So shitting yourself was pretty common, and it was a regular thing. So the symptoms you would have right after eating the poison, to some, were pretty standard for Victorian England, the vomiting and diarrhea. I just love that, right? Vomiting and diarrhea being kind of norm. Just funny. But what I'm getting at is that no one's mind would automatically think arsenic poisoning, you know? Now, on top of all that, if you poison someone with arsenic, it would be pretty difficult to trace it back to the person who sold it and when it was used. Everything kind of depended on the memory of the arsenic salesperson. Now, all of this is just talking about the intentional arsenic poisonings. But at the time, there were about 1 million normal uses of arsenic that could lead to accidental death. I mean, it was everywhere. It was used in glass making, to clothes dye, wallpaper, you know. Even doctors found it really useful. They would put small amounts of it in medicinal concoctions because it was said to help stimulate the blood. If we can giggle now, they were so silly, weren't they? So during the investigation, the authorities are trying to put like all these pieces together and track down who the hell sold these humbugs. And eventually the trail leads to this man named William and his little candy stall. I mean, his nickname was Humbug Billy. But when authorities went to William's home to have a little talk with them, they found him absolutely sick to his stomach in bed. I guess he himself had a few of the weird colored candies and was paying a hefty price. So the authorities, they knew it was the candies that made people sick, but they didn't believe William was like, you know, an evil child killer. So they decided to find out how the hell these candies were made. And sure as shit, they found their answer because the main culprit was sugar. Oh, no. I know. Sugar is outside your window right now waiting for you.
What?
If you listened to our episode about sugar, you might remember how expensive it was back in the day.
Oh no,
And
they were
Brits,
cutting
they
the
just
sugar.
loved it. And they were even addicted to it. But the sugar making process was complicated and even expensive. So many candy manufacturers would mix real sugar with cheaper stuff in order to have
Like
more
drugs.
of it. They essentially
Holy
cut
shit.
the sugar with other powdered material like limestone.
Holy fuck.
I know. Plaster of Paris, which I was like, what's that? It sounds so fancy.
It's like
or
wall
a soft
plaster.
mineral substance named gypsum. Even though to us we're like, you put tile in my sugar?
Right.
Back then, it wasn't a huge deal. They were like, oh my God, I love limestone. They would even call these half-mystery powder mixtures gas. So when police were doing their investigation, they realized that the candies were produced using gas, a weird sugar mixture. Humbug Willie had purchased the candies from a wholesale candy seller, and his name was Joseph Neal. A couple of weeks before the sale, Joseph had sent his employee to purchase DAF from his local pharmacist. And I know, I guess that's where they would get it. Now, unfortunately, the pharmacist, he was sick that day. So he had to have one of his newer, less experienced employees take over for the day and handle this order. When Neil's employee came in asking for DAF, the apprentice, I guess he got all sorts of confused as to what was in what bin. He's like, I know DAF is white powdery and yeah, I know that. So he knew he had to get him a white powdery substance. I mean, that's DAF, right? So he measured out 12 pounds of white powder from an unlabeled bin nearby and handed it over to the employee for the humbugs. But the pharmacist, he didn't realize that he had just given this person 12 pounds of pure arsenic. Whoopsie. It kind of reminded me when you are going for a job interview and you lie and you say you know how to use Excel, but really you don't. And then you show up for the job and you're like, yeah, I totally know what I'm doing. And you just start guessing. It's like that, but not like that because this obviously killed people. I'm sure he couldn't use this job as a reference. That's what I'm saying. So this guy, he gets that DAF, right? Well, he thinks this DAF was really arsenic. And that was then added to the candy mixture by William. And when they came out that weird color, William, he honestly didn't think much about it, you know? It's just kind of it happens from time to time. And that's why he felt confident in selling them at a discount and even treating himself to a few. So by this point, authorities, they were trying to get the word out all over Bradford. They went door to door and posted written warnings in public locations saying these candies are poison, don't eat that. I mean, they tried their best. But in the end, a total of 20 people died from eating the poisoned humbugs. 20! Sadly, 13 of them were children and 7 were adults. The youngest victim was only 17 months old. Around 200 other people got seriously ill. And when a professional inspected the candy, they found out that each humbug contained more than enough arsenic to kill a grown man. Oh shit, you know? So, the 200 people who got seriously sick from the candy but survived were considered very lucky. The authorities quickly pointed the finger at the new pharmacy employee who fucked up, you know? I mean, the guy had only been working for 3 weeks, so whoopsie, but his careless mistake was what led to the deaths of 20 people. So the authorities, they end up arresting this guy, the pharmacist, as well as Peter Neal, the candy maker, for the crimes. Now, listen, this trial was highly publicized, and the whole debacle became known as the Bradford Sweets poisoning of 1858.
At Dead River Company, we know your trust is... Have I got a story?
Oh, big double standard. That's so rude. Don't make me wash my hands twice, bitch.
Prosecution was not able to show that a law was broken by any of these men. Yes, it was an unfortunate and preventable accident, but it was not done with any intentions to harm any of the poor people who died. I mean, we're all thinking it, I hope. This all could have been prevented with a label. Maybe taking a marker and wrote on the bin like, hey, poison, you know? But nobody comes to me for these answers. So this meant that, like, nobody was ever held accountable for the poison humbugs. Which kind of had me confused, because I don't know. I want to hear what you guys think. Like, if they should have been charged, should they be accountable for an accident? But an accident that killed 20 people.
It was technically manslaughter.
Right?
It wasn't on purpose, but it still was manslaughter.
There was a silver lining. I mean, 10 years after the poisoning, a law called the Pharmacy Act of 1868 was passed. And this required that poisons be stored and sold in specific bottles made of colored glass, so that shop workers and customers would be sure they knew what they were getting, you know? Now, some poisons also required specific labels. Oh, finally, what an idea. And now when people purchased poison, the shop workers also had to take note in case of any type of poisoning. I mean, people were still able to purchase their arsenic and use it, but at least this new law would help to avoid little accidents from happening again. So even though, like, no one served jail time for the 20 deaths that occurred in Bradford, this tragedy did help to make it more difficult to accidentally poison a bunch of children on Halloween for decades to come. So it's a little bit of a win. I'd say a big win, because they started labeling shit. Like, what an idea. But
Now, with that, let me just say something really quickly. Okay, I went to cosmetology school. Yeah?
With the sentiment that things that have warning labels on them now didn't at one point at all or necessarily. Curling irons, which did not used to have this warning label, now come with a warning label that says hot and for external use only. It's that second part that I question. Who is using a curling iron internally? Let alone to the point where suddenly they felt like it would be a liability not to put a warning label on the tags about it. I'm still waiting for that answer. It's been over 10 years.
force of nature. Let me tell you this next story. When I heard about it, I was like, excuse me? Huh?
Right.
What? This is not on my bingo card.
What
and also,
happened?
it created a new fear in me.
What did they do? What?
It left me without an irrational fear.
For external use
molasses.
only? Well, duh. What happened? I would like to know. Somebody said, that's a good question, isn't it? I think Coffee House Pammy has a new video. Yep.
My organization, Nature, Environment and Wildlife Society.
No. I lost my sliver. on my Cinderella ship today. No mice though, not today. Just cats. Needs more water. Also maybe some celery.
100% honest. I am against murder, but I think that no one deserves to die.
This is Serena Vermeersch, a small-time YouTuber who had no idea that only 1 month after posting this video would become a victim of the very thing that she was talking about. At the time, Serena was living in Surrey in British Columbia, but on one ordinary evening, and while walking home from school, she all of a sudden disappeared. Tragically, the next day, a body would be found, and what police uncovered left an entire nation furious. And that's because the man responsible for her death wasn't some unknown monster or somebody with a clean track record, but he was actually a formerly convicted offender who had spent most of his adult life behind bars. In fact, this man was such a problem that many officials even saw this coming. So, who precisely was Serena Vermeersch? How did she encounter this evil monster? And how did the system fail her so violently? Welcome back to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and today we're traveling to Canada to look at a story that still haunts officers to this day. Now, this has to be one of the saddest stories that I've covered here, because there was nothing that Serena could have done.
Somebody just called me a nerd. I heard that. That's not offensive.
Well, he gave the authorities plenty of warning. By the way, I post videos here weekly, so if that does sound like your kind of thing, then please do consider subscribing. It really does help the channel out. And now with all of that said, please grab yourself a coffee, get comfortable, and let's caffeinate while we investigate.
No caffeine.
This is the case of Serena Vermeersch. Welcome to Surrey, British Columbia. Known to be a sprawling suburb which is found just south of Vancouver, Surrey is filled with quiet neighborhoods, family homes, and tree-lined streets. The nights are both calm and quiet here, especially around the neighborhoods and all of the industrial zones which shut down for the evening. However, on the evening of September the 15th, 2014, that calm was suddenly broken when 17-year-old Serena Vermeersch never returned home from school. Now, at first, her mother was not immediately concerned, because Serena was not only a good kid, but she always stayed out of trouble. And so maybe she had just stayed late with friends to finish homework, or perhaps even missed the bus. However, as the hours passed by, not only were all of her calls left unanswered, but she hadn't been replying to any of her text messages either. The evening dragged on with absolute silence, and by nightfall, her family were extremely concerned. And that is when they decided to call the police. From that moment onwards, Serena was officially reported as missing, and the Surrey RCMP issued a public alert to all nearby residents. By sunrise, Surrey's many streets, parks, and alleyways were all under scrutiny by officers.
There's also concern for another young woman who is missing this morning. Surrey resident Serena Vermeersch was last seen Monday evening boarding a bus at 128th Street and 64th Avenue. The 17-year-old's family is concerned about her health and her well-being.
By now, detectives had learned that Serena was last seen around 8:10 p.m. boarding a bus near 64th Avenue and 128th Street, which is the usual bus route that she would take home before then walking the rest of the journey. They also noted that there was nothing unusual about her plans, and that Serena was simply heading home. Of course, the problem is that she never actually made it there, which means that somewhere along that familiar journey, something terrible must have happened. As the hours slipped by, everyone who knew Serena grew more concerned and more anxious. And as it turns out, this wasn't the first hardship her family had experienced either. Following a serious car accident, her father, Kevin, was now a few months into a coma. Meanwhile, mother Rumiko was now living every parent's worst nightmare. You see, in a world where a disappearance can lead to so many catastrophic outcomes, every single minute matters when a child goes missing. And so the race to find Serena was on. And the thing is, Serena was not the kind of person to run away either. She was level-headed, kind-hearted, and even a little bit goofy. In fact, she had her own YouTube channel where she liked to be her authentic self. And now, for a bright young girl who loved to talk so much, she was all of a sudden silent. And so, before we travel down this rather dark path, let's first take a look at who Serena actually was. Before any of this happened, Serena was just like any other teen. She was creative, she loved to express herself on her YouTube channel, and was studying at Sullivan Heights Secondary School. She also loved music, hanging out with friends, and posting videos online. At the time, she was running a small YouTube channel under the name of Irena Kitty, where she uploaded vlogs for fun and spoke about whatever crossed her mind. Looking back, there is quite a lot of down-to-earth content on this channel, which clearly was made back in the day when YouTube was all about the normal person.
Hi guys, it's Rena. So, I'm just getting ready for school and I think I'm a little bit sick. Like, my nose is kind of stuffy and I can't breathe out of my left nose. But yeah, so I just thought I'd make a little video, and I'm actually standing in the bathroom because the lighting in my room is really bad. And my kitty's... Oh, and she got a little bow tie. Look up, look up. Come on, I want to see your bow tie. See? She has a little bow tie. So she looks like Gigi, the cat from Kiki's delivery service.
From a hobbies perspective, Serena was into Pokemon, Spider-Man, Magic the Gathering, GTA, and cats. She truly was a real homebody in all of the right ways. Her videos are quite nostalgic to watch actually, probably because they remind me of a simpler time when I too was a teenager, and you have titles like "Oh hi guys" and other phrases that only made sense back then in 2014. With only 100 subscribers in her pocket, Serena was not necessarily chasing fame. She just liked to create videos, to connect with like-minded people, and to make others smile. Her friends described her as warm, funny, and kind, and the sort of person who could light up a classroom. Just to point it out, guys, I know, very, very common phrase there. They are not my words. Inside the family, Serena was her mother's pride and joy. She was reliable, thoughtful, and was never one to cause trouble or disappear without a word. And of course, that is why, when she didn't come home that Monday night, that everyone panicked.
Yeah, like, I'm completely against murder. But, because, I mean, okay, a lot of murderers, none of them, like, hardly any have ever said they killed someone just because they think it's the right thing to do. They always had a reason, whether it be, like, drugs, or someone owed them money, but never gave it back, or gangs, or all that stuff.
Evil.
They didn't do it because they thought it was the right thing to do. Most of them. I haven't heard of any murderer that said they thought it was the right thing to do, not killing someone.
I don't really have much of a skincare routine. I'm kind of a bar of soap.
Tragically, on the Tuesday, that being September the 16th of 2014, the search for Serena took an awful turn. Around 24 hours after she had vanished, a search party were busy combing through the industrial area of East Newton, and as one of the searchers peered into a secluded patch of brush, which could be found just off the railway tracks along 146th Street and 66th Avenue, they unfortunately came across a harrowing discovery. It was the body of a young girl, and visual identification was enough to know that this was Serena.
Police have now identified a body found in Surrey. RCMP confirmed 17-year-old Serena Vermersch was found dead at the City Works yard on 66th Avenue. She was last seen boarding a bus Monday night at 128th Street and 64th Avenue. Her death is suspicious, with an autopsy happening today. Investigators are canvassing the area and would like to speak to a man seen Monday at the railroad tracks at 66th and Highland. He left in a gray or silver pickup truck.
The area in which her body was found was only a few meters away from the usual path that she would take home from school, meaning that whoever had attacked her, well, it was in a place that she knew very well. She was painfully close to where her family thought she would be that night, meaning that all along, their greatest fears were in fact correct. Now, this area along Upland Road, which is found in the industrial part of town, was dimly lit, thick with undergrowth, and in stark contrast to the daytime, eerily silent. During work hours, this place is busy with personnel from multiple companies nearby, but obviously, once they all go home in the evening, the entire area is deserted. And, of course, you could argue that it's not the kind of area that any teen should be after dark. Within minutes, police officers flooded the area. Yellow tape stretched across the tracks, and officers could be found surrounding every corner of the railway. And, no surprise, but employees of all of the nearby warehouses were told to stay clear. Soon enough, the RCMP confirmed what everyone had feared, that this was not an accident and, without a doubt, was homicide. The case was quickly handed over to the Integrated Homicide Investigation Team, which is also known as IHIT, and news stations recorded those officers working late into the night and well into the morning. News of the discovery spread quickly, and Surrey quite simply changed overnight. The hope in finding Serena alive had collapsed into grief, and that grief would soon give way to anger. In fact, entire protests and rallies would soon be initiated, all due to Serena's death. But this is something that we'll talk about later in this video. As forensic teams continued to work at the crime scene, the general public's fear deepened. Of course, the main fear being, what if the killer was to strike again? And all of a sudden, all parents in the area were more cautious about their children. Soon enough, specialists confirmed that, of course, this was homicide, but also that she probably did not know her killer, meaning that this was a random attack. And of course, this statement was comforting to no one, because if this really was a random act of violence, it was more likely that the killer would strike again. And so, on that note, detectives began the slow, methodical process of piecing all the clues together. Because whoever did this to Serena, well, they were still out there. So, what do you do in a situation like this? Well, it all begins with knocking on doors, speaking to residents, and trying to piece together her final movements. And, thankfully, a clue would soon emerge. It all began when a nearby resident reported seeing a man who was dressed all in dark clothing walking along the railway tracks only meters from where Serena's body was found. The witness also saw him climbing into a silver Dodge pickup truck which had a canopy and a roof rack before then driving away. Now, not only was this a precise detail, but it also occurred not even 1 hour before Serena's body was found. At this stage of the investigation, the IHIT had two options. They could either keep this information quiet, or they could go public with it. And I think that they made the right decision here, but they quickly went public, also urging anyone who had seen that truck to come forward.
Back at home, police have a warning for the public as they call the murder of a 17-year-old Surrey girl a random crime of opportunity. The search for Serena Vermeersch's killer is focused on a man driving a silver or gray Dodge pickup truck with a canopy and a roof rack. He was spotted leaving the scene Tuesday night, shortly before the teen was found dead. Serena's body was discovered near train tracks off 66th Avenue in the Newton area.
Thankfully, Surrey can be a busy area even at night, and police knew that somebody must have seen that truck. And they were right, because within a couple of hours, they'd received multiple phone calls and tips from the public. At the same time, detectives started pulling surveillance footage from all nearby businesses, hoping that the pickup's headlights might show up somewhere in the grainy footage. Using the same surveillance cameras, they would also retrace the route she had taken that Monday night, and surveillance footage would later confirm that Serena had boarded a bus at 64th and 128th Street around 8:10 p.m. However, after that, her path went dark. Off the back of that, the police appealed to anyone who had shared the same bus with her to come forward. Because even the smallest detail, like who she was sat next to, or whether she seemed alone, could provide to be crucial. And then, only 5 days after her disappearance, investigators would finally catch a break. It was around 6 a.m. on September the 20th that IHIT and RCMP would finally make an arrest. The suspect was described as a 43-year-old man from Surrey who was, quote, already known to the police. Now, at first, his name was actually protected under a temporary publication ban. But if you were talking to anybody within the police department, they already knew that they likely had their guy. The man's name was Raymond Lee Casey, and as it turns out, this sack of dirt was no stranger to crime. In fact, he was a repeat violent offender and had a past that was so disturbing that his very presence in society felt less like rehabilitation and more like an error. When news of the arrest broke out, relief did wash over the city, but there would be other feelings that followed. To begin with, it was only 5 days after Serena's death that the police reassured the community that the threat was over, which is great, but the relief would quite quickly sour when people realized who her killer was. It was extremely frustrating to learn that the RCMP's high-risk target team had already been monitoring Raymond before Serena's murder. This means that not only did they know the kind of danger he posed, but also they weren't able to stop him. It was at a press briefing that IHIT called Serena's murder a, quote, horrible crime of opportunity. And that phrase would strike a nerve across Canada. Because how was a man like this, who was being monitored daily, even given an opportunity?
Good question.
All that angered the Canadians. Well, think again. Because Raymond's history was about to make the situation a whole lot worse. Now, this man was a walking red flag and a one-man crime spree with a record so long that he practically needed his own library shelf. And would you believe that between the ages of 15 and 38, that being the age that he murdered Serena, he had only spent 2 years out of prison? Genuinely the kind of guy who makes you wonder if evil ever takes a day off. Because even in the face of his crimes, he was smug about it. Raymond's criminal history stretches as far back as his teenage years. First jailed at the age of 15, he then spent most of his life behind bars, and for good reason too. In the year of 1991, and at the age of 19, Raymond broke into a museum just after working hours, before then going on to sexually assault one of the workers at knife point. He then forced her into his car, took her to an ATM machine, forced her to withdraw money, and then tied her to a tree in the woods before leaving her for dead. It turns out that the only reason she had survived that night is because nearby farmers had heard her screaming. And then, only a few days after that, Raymond then robbed another woman at knife point, pushing her 2-year-old daughter towards traffic in the process. For those crimes alone, Raymond was sentenced to 22 years in prison, which, as it turns out, is one of the longest terms possible at that time. And the crazy thing is, as he was led out of court, he then looked back towards his victims and said, "I'll see you in 22 years." While in prison, Raymond refused every kind of rehabilitation program that was offered to him, instead collecting misconducts for violence as if they were Pokemon cards. He was officially labeled as a high risk to kill or seriously harm other people if ever released. And for this reason, parole boards denied him 8 times throughout the 22 years, describing him as a danger to others and somebody who should not be allowed out in public. In fact, Raymond even admitted this at one point, telling the board that he did not want to be freed because he feared that he would reoffend. By the way, if you look hard enough, you can even find his detention review online. In this report, the board's assessment of risk says, "The board is satisfied that, if released, you are likely to commit an offence causing the death of or serious harm to another person before the expiration of the sentence you are now serving according to law." In fact, in a parole consideration review, which was taken in January of 2013, and literally just 6 months prior to the end of his 22-year sentence, the board still believed that this man was a train wreck of a human being. They stated that your case management team is of the opinion that there has been no change in the risk you present to the community, and in fact, they note that your serious institutional behavior over the past year has had a further negative impact on your case. In reaching its decision, the board notes that, since the last detention review, you have not participated in any interventions which would reduce your risk to reoffend, and that you continue to be assessed as a moderate to high risk to reoffend, both violently and sexually. Based on a review of your file, and considering the circumstances set out above, the board continues to find that, if released, you are likely to commit an offence causing serious harm to another person before the expiration of your sentence. Now, with a personality like his, I don't know why he wasn't kept in the slammer forever. I mean, imagine being so inconsistently awful that even your mugshot looks tired of your existence. However, laws are laws, I suppose, and once he'd served his full sentence, Canada's judicial system had to let him go. And so, in June of 2013, and after 22 years behind bars, Raymond walked out free, unchanged, unrepentant, and still dangerous. The entire situation is just absolutely mad when you think about it. This man clearly posed a dangerous risk to others, and yet, even still, there was nothing that the law could do to stop him. In fact, the authorities were so alarmed by this that they issued a public warning on the very day he was released. Surrey residents were told that a high-risk offender, who was violent, impulsive, and opportunistic, was now living among them, and it turns out that even the city's mayor, Diane Watts, was furious. For over a year, Raymond lingered in the Surrey area under a Section 810 peace bond, meaning that police officers could monitor him, but unfortunately not detain him. During that year, he did breach his conditions once, and although he was jailed briefly, he was released immediately afterwards. The system likes to call this supervision, but to the rest of us, we like to call it gambling. And of course, by September of 2014, those warnings had come again full circle. The so-called rehabilitation experiment had spectacularly failed, and only 15 months after his release, he had done exactly what everyone feared the most. He saw Serena walking home and then took full advantage of her vulnerability. Only a few moments later, she was dead. So, now that we know that Raymond is to blame, what precisely happened? Well, on Monday the 15th of September, Serena attended her school as usual. There was nothing unusual or different here. It was just a regular school day for her. At 8:10 p.m., she is last seen boarding a public bus at the corner of 64th Avenue and 128th Street, where witnesses report that she was heading towards her home in the East Newton area of Surrey. At around 8:30 p.m., and after disembarking the bus near her neighbourhood, the walk, which she would do almost every day, takes her along 66th Avenue, where she then needs to cross a set of railway tracks in a dimly lit wooded area. Now, unknown to her, Raymond was waiting for a random target to appear along this dimly lit area. Through chance and random opportunity, the two would unfortunately cross paths. And of course, that unfortunately is when he attacked her. From what we know, he then chased her and cornered her, alluding that she knew there was danger. And it turns out that Serena put up an incredibly good fight against Raymond. At the time, she was armed with an X-Acto knife for self-defense. And although Raymond tragically overpowered her, Serena had dealt such severe injuries to him that he required 22 stitches to close all of them up. And sadly, Serena was then strangled to death by a piece of Raymond's clothing, and about 15 minutes later, he then fled the scene, after concealing her body in the dense underbrush. For reasons unknown, he then stupidly returned to the crime scene the following day, of course being spotted in the process. And only an hour later, Serena's body was found. In the months that followed, prosecutors slowly but surely built their case against Raymond. And I do have to say, it was airtight. I mean, amongst their arsenal, they had forensic evidence, witness reports, matching DNA, and far, far more. And given his violent history, few doubted that Raymond was not responsible. Now, unfortunately, Raymond was not formally charged with first-degree, but second-degree murder instead. And of course, this was a detail that angered many residents. And that's because, in Canada, first-degree murder usually requires proof of planning or aggravating factors. And so, without concrete evidence of premeditation, prosecutors opted for the more straightforward charge instead. But even still, this was extremely hard to accept. The community wanted the harshest possible sentence. And honestly, I can understand why. For a while, Raymond's identity was even hidden behind a publication ban. But Surrey's residents were already outraged, and put quite simply, they weren't having it. Even the city's mayor, Diane, spoke out about it, tweeting, "Protect the innocent, not the criminal." Thankfully, public pressure worked. The ban was eventually lifted, and when Raymond's name finally hit newspaper headlines, the outrage erupted even more. People realized that this was the very man that the system had already warned could re-offend, and now they knew that he did. In the 3 years after Serena's murder, Raymond maintained his plea of not guilty. The case was scheduled to go to trial, and Serena's family prepared themselves for what would be a painful ordeal. But then, all of a sudden, on September the 14th of 2017, something unexpected happened. Just as the trial was about to begin, Raymond abruptly changed his plea to guilty. It was described as a surprise guilty plea and caught everyone off guard. He likely pleaded guilty simply to avoid the shame and embarrassment in court. Now, under Canadian law, secondary-degree murder carries an automatic life sentence. The only question that was left behind was for the judge to determine how long Raymond would wait until being eligible for parole, which can range from 10 to 25 years under the current system. Now, personally, I really don't think he received enough time here, because in the end, he was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for only 17 years. Not 20 or 22 or 25, but only 17. And so, although it means that Raymond will be in his 60s before he can even apply for parole, I do genuinely not understand why he wasn't given the maximum sentence. And for Serena's family, there was no true relief either. Only the hollow comfort of partial justice. They initially said that there would be no closure until sentencing, but even then, it was clear that the closure that they were looking for was something that this kind of loss would simply never bring. And when the judge read his final words, and the guards led Raymond away in shackles, one of the family relatives was heard over saying what everyone else was thinking: lock him up and throw away the key.
In a New Westminster courtroom, 43-year-old Raymond Casey pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. He was charged with killing 17-year-old Serena Vermeesh from Surrey. Her body was found near a set of railroad tracks in the East Newton neighborhood in 2014. Surrey RCMP said her death was a crime of opportunity and described it as a random attack.
And so, with that said, the case of Serena Vermeesh was, at least in a legal sense, closed. However, outside the courtroom, the anger, questions, and disbelief still remained. Once the dust had settled after his sentencing, there was one question that seemed to just keep coming back to the general public. Could this have possibly been preventable? And the thing is, yeah, it really could have. I mean, for example, if the parole board had actually taken its warnings seriously, then of course Serena would still be alive. Because Raymond should have never been allowed out in public. And even IHIT, who normally avoid politics like the plague, admitted that this case sparked a fierce debate about what to do with dangerous offenders. And that's putting it lightly. Now, on one hand, I do understand, because when a criminal finishes their sentence, then what can you do? But on the other hand, Raymond was a very clear case. After her death, there were many political discussions about how Canada could prevent this from happening again. But you know what? Too little too late. And I think all of these are just empty words, because all of this happened only after Serena was gone. Experts would later point out that if Raymond had been declared as a dangerous offender back in the 90s, then he would have likely never seen daylight again. And the thing is, they're right, because every document in parole hearing said the exact same thing, that this man was a walking time bomb. And they didn't just miss all the warning signs here, they quite literally wrote them down and then just let him walk out the front door.
That's wild, dude. Wild. I think I'm gonna hop off of here pretty quickly. I'm gonna finish a little cooking.
6. That being the tougher penalties for Child Predators Act. There was also talk about longer parole reviews, stricter supervision, and better tools for tracking violent offenders.
Well, let's acknowledge the fact that people, certainly all of us, have a right to be deeply disturbed and angry about what's happened. In terms of the system, we've gone through a phase in the last little while of increasing sentences, increasing punishments, and decreasing an emphasis on treatment and making sure that people get the treatment that they need. We've got all of the pieces that we need in place to make sure that people like Mr. Casey are contained, are watched by police and watched by probation. We need to question what happened with him in terms of treatment and assessment while he was inside.
This is a very rare set of circumstances, a very rare combination of features. An offender with this kind of record and this kind of correctional history. Most people who come out of prison aren't walking time bombs, as this man who is alleged to have committed this crime appears to be.
However, for Serena and the rest of her family, none of that matters because she's gone. If she was alive, she would have graduated high school in 2015, gone to college, and probably gone on to have a happy and fulfilling life. But instead, her community now visits her grave and wonders how it came to this. In the end, Serena's story is just as heartbreaking as it is maddening, because this bright, funny 17-year-old girl who was full of promise was taken by a man who never should have had the chance to ever hurt anyone again. It is no surprise that her death will still hang over every discussion about parole and public safety in Canada. And sadly, maybe that is Serena's legacy. Not the tragedy, but the change that it forced. Surrey has already begun that change, by the way. There is better lighting, more patrols, and more vigilance across the country. And sure, these may all be small steps for now, but in a way, they are born from her story. Indirectly, her death may have saved other lives in the process. That is something that we will never know. Meanwhile, those closest to Serena still remember her not for what happened, but for who she was.
You all, and I hope you have a beautiful day. And I'll make another video when I feel better. So, yeah, bye. Have a good day, and don't forget to smile.
Very sad. Interesting. Somebody's angry. Why are you angry? Oh no! Well, I'm watching this. Relax. Somebody's questioning my movements right now. Just relax. Thank you. I'm looking for the right true crime. Have a good night, though.
Over the past few months, you may have seen a little of the stirring and conspiracies online regarding what's happening in southeastern New England. And it is something strange and disturbing. That's what a lot of people are calling it. That's me. I'm a lot of people.
7 bodies have been found around New England.
A serial killer in the New England area that's targeting mostly women.
Serial killer speculation.
Bodies of 2 men were found in these woods in Salem.
Human remains, mostly female, have been found in New Haven, Connecticut, Norwalk, Groton, and Killingly, Foster, Rhode Island, Framingham, Plymouth, and now Springfield.
Some of the bodies are unidentified remains. A serial killer might be striking in New England.
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and here is something you've probably heard. There's a serial killer standing right behind you, which is technically possible if you're in a public area, but it's highly unlikely. But what is big in the news, horror, true crime circles lately, is the idea of an active serial killer right now in southeastern New England, from Norwalk in Connecticut to Framingham in Massachusetts. Be there? Who knows? But what we do know is that, like, regardless of there being an actual serial killer or no, we're gonna get into it all, there have been a startling, prepare to be startled, folks, number of bodies. And I'm talking over 12 in 2 months. Are you startled yet? That is a lot of bodies to find in such a short space of time. From March 2025 till now, till like late May 2025. It's a lot of death in this comparatively tight region. I mean, New England as a whole is huge, but this is just in one particular corridor of that region. And it's a lot of unsolveds. So with a lack of answers, people are deducing their own as to who or what is responsible. According to the book Extreme Killing, written by 2 professors at Northeastern University, at any one time in the United States, there are approximately 50 active serial killers. Now, back in the 70s, that was almost 300, so ding ding. But I mean, 50? It's not great. It's not a great number. I mean, it's 1 for every state. So in this whole video, let's take a look at the possible Nesk New England serial killer. Does he even exist? Or she? Because, get this, is Taylor Swift a serial killer? Most definitely, allegedly. And we'll also take a look at the whole internet rumors, conspiracies, the whole thing. So let's give it a go. But before we get into all of that, we gotta talk about the big guy. The big guy. That's Daddy-O. Dad's great. My own dad is probably my hero, the person I look up to the most. And with Father's Day fast approaching, it's a good time to give back to the L fella. My dad, maybe like a lot of...
I'm not going to talk about the thought in my head.
So to give you a sense of what's happening in New England right now, I want to go through each body found first, how it all began. And when it began was, depending on who you were attributing to the serial killer, it all began on March 6th, 2025. Norwalk sits in western Connecticut, and it was there that the body of 35-year-old Paige Fannin was found. Paige was from West Islip on Long Island, where she worked as a hairdresser. Her body was found while police were conducting a search for a missing person. Her clothing was found along the banks of the river. While drones were scanning the heavily swelled Norwalk, she was spotted floating in the water. So far, it is inconclusive as to what caused her death. But it was that very same day, if you can believe it, March 6th, 2025, that about 180 miles away in Plymouth, Massachusetts, a second horrifying discovery was made. A person was just out in the woods looking for shedded deer antlers. As I said, this is Plymouth, Massachusetts, where then pilgrims parked up and said, "We live here now."
We have 4 days to save our planet. It's Friday. I'm not an alien.
They double spammed us.
Here, take me back to Eden in my ears suddenly. Again, it's 1:08 on the clock here on the East Coast.
Its jaw and appeared to have been there for some time. Beyond that, though, no further information has been released. A little less than 2 weeks later, back in Connecticut, another body was found. Parts of a body. March 19th, this time in Groton, at the Colonel Ledyard Cemetery, right? The graveyard. Another, like, this story is just chock full of these incredibly disturbing discoveries. Right outside the graveyard, just to the entrance to it, a suitcase was spotted. A passerby had been seen it there for a little bit of time at this point. Like, he had noticed it more than once for going on for about a week. And a smell. Bad smell was coming from this suitcase parked in, like, the creepiest area possible. The smell was so gnarly that the local cops were called, check it out. And that's when they opened up the suitcase, and inside, a human torso had been stuffed into this suitcase just laying outside the cemetery.
And this is the Colonel Ledyard Cemetery, and we're told that those remains were found adjacent to this Mitchell Street graveyard. Now, here's what we know so far. The City of Groton Police said that they received a 911 call Wednesday for a report of a suspicious item. When police searched the area, they discovered the human remains. There is no word on how long the remains are believed to have been there, or if this appears to be a recent death.
Just the torso. The victim was later identified as Suzanne Wormser, and the rest of her has yet to be found. Then it was the very next day, March 20th, and like the next city due west from Groton, New Haven, another discovery was made. The body of 59-year-old Denise Leary was found. Denise had been missing since the previous September. And as while clearing some brush behind a residential area north of the city, that was when her remains were discovered. She was in an advanced state of decay, and she appeared to have been there for some time. Then, a little less than a week later, March 26th, Foster, Rhode Island. Another body was found. A driver driving along the highway pulled over for some reason and made a discovery, just stumbled across remains. Something that would later be identified as a woman's remains. She was soon identified as 56-year-old Michelle Romano of Warwick, about 30 miles from where she was found. She too had been missing since the previous August. The cause of her death remains unknown, but it's deemed suspicious. So you can imagine, right, at this point, that even the news sites started to report on the strangeness of so many bodies being found in such quick succession. An unusually high number. That's five bodies found in three-ish weeks? And not only that, there have been whispers and rumors of like strange and disturbing men being spotted in this corridor of southeastern New England, people being followed, reports of missing people, suspicious people, all in this like same geographic area. Police were saying, of course, as you can imagine, don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. But I mean, it was getting hard to just view all of this as a coincidence. I mean, here's a map, right, of like the area of southeastern New England. I drew this myself. Thanks. And so the first body was found here in Norwalk, the second body here in Plymouth, the third body here in Groton, then New Haven, then Foster. All in this like one stretch of road. It's almost like it's following the Amtrak, going down from Boston to New York. It was a lot in just 3 weeks. And these are only the bodies that were found. Stephen Gush was a hiker who frequented the trails around Groton. He went out for a hike on the trails between Groton and Mystic March 29th, wearing a yellow jacket, blue shirt, light blue jeans, and brown boots. Since his disappearance, his car has been found, his phone has been found, but Stephen, he has never been seen since. Then came a very disturbing Facebook post, which really began to worry a lot of people. This was a few days after Stephen Gush vanished. Now we're into like early April. A man was hiking in Bluff Point State Park, once again near Groton, where a man has disappeared and a woman's remains were found. And while he was out hiking in that state park, he had a very, I'll read it out, but he had a very frightening experience. This experience, by the way, made the news. He did report this experience, to the police, but he also posted about it on Facebook just to, hey, keep an eye out. So I should have probably put this up here after it happened on Thursday, but I didn't know the right way to do it, especially with people missing right now and bodies being found. However, Thursday, April 3rd, around 11 a.m., I went on a hike at Bluff Point in Groton, Connecticut. I had some of my dad's ashes with me, and I was going to hike out to where his spot is. I was about 10 minutes from the car on the lower trail when I had a very uneasy feeling and a voice, my father's voice, telling me to turn around. I turned around and, to my surprise, saw a man about 50 feet behind me in a long, hooded rain jacket, almost speed walking up to me. There was no one else out there at this time due to the rain, and at first I thought he could just be another hiker, but my intuition told me to stop and turn down by the water and watch to see what he does. He came up to where I was, about 5 feet from me at this point, and stopped suddenly and stared at me with the best way I can describe it, as he had no emotion on his face and very dark eyes. He then reached behind his back and pulled out a switchblade. Now I'm on flight or fight mode. At this point, I have a decently large rock in my right hand, ready to defend myself if need be. He stares and stares, says no words at all. I yell at him, and I quote, "I'm not the guy to f with, man." He shows no acknowledgement that I'm yelling this at him. I hear my dad telling me this guy is off and to get your ass out of there. So as I'm backpedaling to head back on the trail, I see him start slowly turning and start to walk behind me. I walk a little faster, still every second or so watching his every move. I'm getting closer to where the porta potties are, and I look back, and this dude is nowhere to be found. I start speed walking, looking back, and now I can see him looking at me, walking parallel to me down by the water. I get out to the open parking lot, where there is now a truck and a van that were not there when I got there, and I make it to my car, get in, grab my son's baseball bat, and lock the door. I call the Groton police immediately and explain to them everything and give them a description of the man. I'm now driving out and I see the same f***ing guy literally appear out of the bushes. Cops told me they were sending a squad out immediately, but I didn't stick around to see what happened. This post is simply just a warning that something is off around here lately. This guy very easily could have done some bad things to me if I wasn't aware of my surroundings and my dad wasn't looking out for me. Description was: white male, mid-40s, low 50s, about 180 pounds or so, long dark rain jacket with hood and a pop-out switchblade, grey stubble beard and greyish short hair, dark eyes. My rock, or maybe the fact that I have a lot of built-up aggression, might have saved my ass here too. But be careful out there, especially hiking alone. I don't want to put this fella's name or picture out there, but if you see him, he doesn't look like a typical, serial killer's victim. He's like a big guy with a beard. In fact, he looks a lot, kind of same range as Stephen Gush, who went missing around the same time, not far away.
Beds of human remains have been found around New England lately, including here in Connecticut. There are also reports of missing and suspicious people in the southeastern corner of our state. Some speculate it's all connected, but police say don't jump to conclusions just yet.
38-year-old Stephen Gush has been missing since March 29th. Town of Groton police and state police have spent countless hours searching.
We've conducted exhaustive searches, our own drone unit here. We've had detectives and officers out on foot.
Meanwhile, Groton City police are investigating human remains found at this cemetery on Mitchell Street March 19th. Remains were also recently found in New Haven and Foster, Rhode Island. There is also concern about a suspicious man at Bluff Point State Park. A man online says he was followed on the trails.
And after this man's disturbing experience while out alone in the woods, when people are going missing and when bodies are being found, the horrors would only continue. On April 9th, in the aptly named Killingley, Connecticut, more remains were found. Once again in the woods between a residential housing area and some old train tracks. This is only 10 miles from Foster, where, across the border, Michelle Romano had been found. The remains found in Killingley, unnamed individual, though by reports it is a middle-aged woman. Hard to say just how long they'd been there, though likely less than a year. The investigation into that case still ongoing. The very next day, another unnamed body found in Framingham, Massachusetts. It was April 10th. Firefighters were combating a brush fire close to the turnpike and uncovered skeletal remains.
You can't blame me, bring me in and try and tame me.
Hold on. I made a lot today. I
think I need to reset and clean up my kitchen and get some sleep before I finish those last couple of recipes, but I only have a couple left. I got most of them knocked out today. So that's fine for now. Yeah, I think that's fine. I hear another sleep token song in my ears. Good night, sweet dreams. Specifically, do I want to go there? Yes, I do. How much did you get done? A lot. A lot. In fact, I need to put that away.
The case got so much attention, and, well, that's because the remains were found in Westerly, Rhode Island. Human remains, a leg bone, were found in the Watch Hill neighborhood. It's hard to tell exactly where they were found. Some reports seem to suggest that it washed up along the beach, but other reports say that the crime scene, or, scene of where they were found were fields from the beach. But this one got a lot of attention because most news outlets ran with the headline, 12 bodies, and Taylor Swift. The remains in Westerly were found pretty close to where Tay-Tay lives. And so, well, you know, that's a good headline to use if you want to get attention. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, have you ever noticed that someone has been murdered in every city Taylor Swift has played a concert in?
It's a spot known for its $1 million views.
It's just something very out of the ordinary for Westerly.
But Wednesday morning, Westerly police made a chilling discovery. Investigators called to Everett Avenue just before 9:30 in the morning for reports of human remains. Police tell NBC 10 they found what appeared to be a human leg bone.
Probably a couple football fields away from Taylor Swift's house and the Ocean House. I would never expect anything like that.
It's the latest in a string of grim discoveries and deep...
Now, there are more victims than just these. That's just like the 12 or 13 or whatever I just went through. But the rumors just kept growing and growing and growing. I mean, to look at it on a map, that is sort of, undisputedly a lot of bodies found in such a short space of time. I mean, we're talking, 2 months? Here, little over 2 months, and that's 12, 13 bodies. And this, I mean, from one side to the other, you're probably talking about, 180-ish miles, but that's a lot of bodies to be found even in just 180 miles. I mean, can you imagine if this was any other place? That's so many dead bodies to be found. So speculation at this point became just untethered. They started including more and more people into this. Now, I'm just trying to stick with the ones who were kind of deemed most suspicious, but soon people started...
You're so lucky for what? This bowl of soup that I just made? You know that I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning, right? I got up this morning and I slow cooked the chicken broth. It's not lucky, that was hard work. Then I went to take care of a bunch of other errands and responsibilities and such. I came home and then I finished the second round of cooking to actually make soup with the chicken broth, the chicken stock that I just made. The bread slice that I just put in here, also homemade. You just took it out of the freezer. Yeah, because I bake it and I slice it and I freeze it. So lucky. Everything in this bowl is homemade. Everything is from scratch. Thank you. It's a little too hot to eat actually right now. I think. I feel it. Lucky? No.
hard work. Yes, I also didn't eat all day. Weird. What a weird thing to say. It's really good though.
The dog in the list of, serial killer, New England serial killer victims. And serial killer became the word on everybody's mind, and it still is. And while authorities were quick to suggest this was not the work of one person, they don't believe that the cases are linked. Authorities have said that before, and it's hard to believe that it's hard to think that at least, that some of them aren't linked. I mean, okay, maybe not all are the work of one person, but I mean, that's even just in this small area. Maybe the 4 victims found here were all done by one person. Having said that, the police are still investigating the majority of these cases.
Rumors of a New England serial killer are spiraling online. Several bodies have been discovered across the region, one after another. Police departments are insisting there is no connection, but the internet still isn't buying it.
There's a serial killer in the New England area that's targeting mostly women.
Serial killer speculation.
Do you think there's a serial killer?
I think it's possible.
Fueling fear and fascination across New England.
I hear a lot of people talking about recognizing these patterns and like the dangers of not seeing that these could possibly be connected.
But if you ask police,
But there's nothing to lead us to believe that it's a serial killer.
since March, 11 bodies have been recovered in Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. All departments have denied connections between the cases, but that hasn't quieted the internet theories, particularly on this Facebook group with over 68,000 followers. Internet sleuths detail each death and map out any potential connections.
So first off, let me put on my captain's hat and say, I don't think there's a serial killer here. As you can probably tell, some of the victims we've gone through attributed maybe to the N-E-S-K, they're a little different from each other. They don't really match a serial killer's MO. Serial killers will usually target the same type of person.
Yeah.
Female, homeless, sex worker, age range, blondes, whatever. We have all sorts of victims in all sorts of situations here. Some of these human remains were found, parts of the human remains were found out in the woods, and they'd likely been there for maybe a year, maybe more. Other times bodies were pulled from, at least 3 of the bodies were people pulled from the river. Other times the police never really said what happened. The woman, Megan Meredith in Springfield, she was attacked and killed right before the police found her. All very different sorts of situations. And the geographic area, although it is sort of small, it's also very big for a serial killer. Now, some serial killers did do a lot of traveling. Ted Bundy, Israel Keys, they traveled America, murdering and killing, but usually a serial killer will stick to one area, one city, whatever. And in fact, some of the cases I went through that are getting lumped in with the New England serial killer have been deemed as not suspicious by the police, or in fact have been solved, and they have somebody behind bars, or they did have somebody behind bars. Suzanne Wormser, her torso was found in the suitcase outside of the graveyard in Groton, right?
We're learning more about the grisly discovery of human remains found in the city of Groton last month, and about the person police believe is responsible.
Her roommate has already been arrested for her murder. He came out licking his chops, happy as a pig in shite, to confess to killing her. 68-year-old Donald Koppel was arrested and charged with her murder. I know, right? Doesn't look like he had it in him.
What kind of likeness is that?
Donald and Suzanne, they lived together, and allegedly, she stole about 200 bucks worth of crack from him, and so he killed her first.
Crackhead.
He allegedly beat her to death with a baseball bat, kept her body in the apartment for about 10 days before dismembering her. Her torso he placed in a suitcase and left at the graveyard, a move one person on Reddit referred to as not super cool. Not super cool indeed. The rest of her he placed in trash bags, which were presumably taken to the dump and have never been found. So yeah, definitely not chill, but there's a suspect arrested and charged with that case. Samuel Stovall, his body was pulled from the river. Samuel was a homeless fellow who lived in the area, and his death has been deemed as not suspicious. Homeless and registered sex offender who was arrested and charged in 2001 with the rape and abuse of a child. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, yeah, once again, not super cool.
$6 big box is back. 2 pieces of 6.
Same with Mary Colasano. She likely fell into the river. Michelle Romano's family have come out publicly and said she was not killed by a serial killer. A number of remains were out in the woods for so long that the cause of death has been undetermined. And in some cases, like in Denise Leary, the cause of death is still undetermined, but it's not deemed to be foul play. And although the bodies were found in, chop, 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 quick succession, right, a startling number, over a dozen bodies found in like 2 months, the murders weren't all committed in 2 months. And as I said, some of these, human remains were out there for months and years. People who do go missing are found under unusual circumstances all the time. The fact that so many are happening in quick succession is strange, but there's no evidence they are linked together in any way. Geographically, this is still over 200 miles across. No method for killing has been established as a pattern. No victim type either. We have men and women, young and old. Some of these people we know ran away, others likely misadventure. But isn't it, the believers would say, isn't it just more interesting to think that there's a killer behind all of this? Everybody's obsessed with true crime these days and seeing links where there are none. As you're next to me saying your dog goes missing, your cat goes missing. It was the serial killer at it again. Like this one map I came across on one of the many Facebook groups dedicated to this case, or this topic, cases, where they are attributing quite a lot of suspicious deaths and disappearances to the New England serial killer. You could call it a conspiracy theory, but I too like to think one person is responsible for all my problems, and I look forward to meeting them. And I will. In fact, in some of these Facebook groups, there are a couple of things going on that seem highly fucked up. The admin of one group posting this, right? Because the rumors and the speculation online about the NESC, it's getting a little bit out of hand. New England serial killer messaging me saying he's the serial killer. It's most likely a sick joke, but this wouldn't be the first time a serial killer has reached out to authorities and people in the media because they love a cat and mouse game. I don't think your Facebook group counts as the media. Or here's another post. I'm looking for a group of people that want to remote view and find the serial killer. I need at least one person up to 10. Low-key made an anonymous comment, but the serial killer is more than one person. It's giving married couple, woman and husband. Look at the locations, bro. Someone got married before all of these murders happened, and people keep trying to write conspiracy, saying the couple acts completely different. Nobody even knows who this couple is, but supposedly they're in charge of these murders. With keen insights like this, well, that's me convinced. Another job well done. Some are even publicly naming people they used to work with as the serial killer. Or, is the serial killer in the room with us right now? Tee-hee. Now, I know what some of you people are saying. Mike, don't make fun of these people. Maybe they're right. Well, if you believe that, you're wrong too. Another separate Facebook group has even had people online, anonymous users, posting to these, New England serial killer Facebook groups, posting, confessing to being the serial. You have people online confessing, dang dirty trolls, writing poems saying they are the serial killer. One person, right, posted anonymously this: beneath the rune, beneath your feet, beneath the threshold where stone gives way to salt and memory, you've all been there, every last one of you, walking, running, smiling, posing. There's a reason your shoes felt heavier. Let the ground keep its peace. It says nothing but holds everything. 6 vertical shells beneath the sand, fixed in place, heads tilted toward the tide. They were loud ones. Now the ocean does the speaking. That's part of a poem that was submitted to one of these New England serial killer Facebook groups, allegedly confessing to murdering 6 people. Even in the comments, directly saying, let's get this part out of the way. I'm dying. Not tomorrow, maybe not this week, but soon. It's not a guess, it's a certainty. The doctors told me, and for once, I believe them. And no, I'm not here for forgiveness. This isn't a confession, it's a record. There are 6 of them. Young men, gone, buried the way I wanted. Vertical, aligned, facing the ocean. Not thrown away, not hidden. Placed, chosen. Most of you have already walked over them. That's not a metaphor. You literally have. Holy moly, I hope whoever wrote this is a better killer than writer, because this sucks balls. Now, it's some very poorly written fan fiction of someone who wants people to believe that they are the serial killer currently active in New England. And the victims that they were writing about in that poem, it's actually more than like victims who have never been found. And, they're not 6 of the ones I went through. It's pretty comical how big of an edgelord you'd have to be to write this. It's almost like you're, it's almost like you're doing a bit, but it's like, damn, you're a loser. But I mean, it was obvious this wasn't real, so you do you. Go off, Queen. But this was obviously highly disturbing to a lot of people, not to mention, I mean, people who would be related to the actual...
Give me a second.
I hear rain. I keep hearing the three that have been rotating. I've been quiet about it. Clairaudiently are mine, Rain, and Take Me Back to Eden, largely. Get in there. Oh, juicy. I need some honey. Honey. Somebody says, how long will this one take? Not long, like 5 minutes maybe. It's not a long recipe. You see? Somebody's mad. Why are you so mad? I'd like to know. Somebody says, are you okay? I was just listening and processing. It's been a long day. I did a lot of healing today. No, it's still pretty productive. So. Somebody's so angry.
Why are you so angry?
For so long I have waited, so long that I almost became just a stoic statue fit for nobody. I don't wanna get in your way, but I finally think I can say that the vicious cycle is over the moment you smiled at me. And just like the rain,
It just started downpouring outside. Storm angel here. Do you hear that?
Heard that. Somebody said she's beautiful and I leave her right there. I do not open that window. It stays closed all summer. It did closed all summer for her because I noticed she made a home there. There's another one on one other window. Pregnant. Let her be too.
My name, so rain down on me.
I'll let that cool a little bit. Everything else is cooling. Just I think I can put lids on it in a minute. Ta-da! I heard that somebody says, what did you get done today? A lot. I made the chicken stock, like the soup broth this morning, and then cooked all of that butter that I made a few days ago, last week, into ghee. So I removed all of the milk fat in it. And I made some extra protein, which I baked off a little while ago too. So that's there for this week. And what else? Cranberry sauce, raspberry jam, gutted 4 pomegranates. I think I made some other stuff too, but somebody says that was a lot. Yeah, I was pretty busy in the kitchen today. But do you know why? So that my next task is to clean the sink full of dishes. And I don't really have to do either for a few days, and I can work on other projects. At least a few days, probably more. Although I'm baking more bread. I'll do that tomorrow. That's very therapeutic. The rain. So is the rain.
Paralyzed by my own will, viciously reminding me still I'm born to believe, and I am certain, no, that you and I are crashing course, driven by a holy force. No, you can see will
kitty. Watch out, my loves. Careful, my lovies.
It's a fancy looking.
Watch out, baby.
Get it while you can.
No, they double spammed us. That's no bueno. Somebody's angry. I don't know why you're so angry. Why are you so cranky all the time? I have questions for you. Do you know? Chill out and do some yoga or something.
Well, yeah, I spit blood when I wake up. Sink porcelain stain, choking up brain matter and makeup. Just 2 days since the mainframe went down and I'm still messed up. Room feels like a meat freezer, I dangling like cold cuts. Missed calls,
It's a cute doll.
people I just don't trust. Marathon, fake love, but I'll take a pound of your flesh before you take a piece of my play style. White roses, black doves, godmother, words up. I need you to see me for what I have become. Those eyes like fire, I'm a wind insect, your funeral pyre. Come down, bite through these wires, I'm a breaking hell and the gods grow tired. Reset my patient violence above borderline. Your sharpest teeth, you know my desire.
Down, my lovey. You're making me nervous.
I guess it goes to show, does it not, that we've no idea what we've got until we lose it. And no amount of love will keep it around if we don't choose it. And I don't know what's got its teeth in me, but
Yeah, I thought so. I know, you can't be under my feet while I'm doing yoga. Not very helpful. Careful, baby.
To hear this.
Shh. Interesting. Interesting. It's just started downpouring. Bless you if you've never heard a cat sneeze, now you have. Are you good, buddy? Okay. Oh, somebody's so mad. Why are you so mad? I'm curious to hear this. Oh no, I know what this is. This is Deadly Town. It's fine. Just heard it before. It's a good one, actually. If you've never heard the Deadly Town story, you should hear it at least once, I think. Just pro tips from the nerd herd. Let's see. Oh.
I guess in this video what I'm trying to do is tell my story.
Hey you, and well.
Somebody's so mad. I hate her. You know what? I don't particularly care either way, so you can really just save the stuffy attitude. Do us both a favor. Really? Yeah. Let's do, ooh. Interesting. I'm on a true crime kick, hold on. This is an adventure. We're gonna see what's up. Oh dear. Interesting. Very angry. Not me. I mean, I think you need to smoke a joint and relax. What's that? Touch me, you're electric, babe. Move me, take me from this place. Move it to the tempo, show me what it takes.
take advantage of the moment. You're the only one that I want. No. Kiss me wherever I find, babe. Love me, take me to home, babe.
Up there, silly.
Kiss me wherever I find, babe. Love me, take me to home, space. Melting like ice on a summer day. Hold me like you mean it, take me far away. Bodies moving in temperature rising. Take me to the top, then watch me falling. Kiss me where to find, love me, take me to home, space. Kiss me where I find.
Forever you and me. There's never a bad time to pamper your boys. Give them the Love Baby Zip with a long.
These nuts. A commercial for those nuts.
I'm not afraid of the war you've come to wage against my sense. I'm not okay, but I can try my best to just pretend. You leave me out, oh, you drown me out, so you leave me out, oh, will you drown me out?
gonna be taking a
Crazy girl. Goodness gracious.
I wanna be a provider.
I did also hear that, but
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this solo video, when a young couple decided to just get away to
somebody's mad. Very mad. Okay, now that that's cleared out. Don't be mad. Oh, the spider. Well, that makes sense. I was just noticing her in the window. Well, really, that she wasn't in her web anymore. She must have caught something.
I wanna be a provider.
She's still there, though. She's somewhere.
Guarding you is you like a spider. Roll or die, you bet I'm a rider. You're out of shell, you're a secret insider. I wanna be a provider. You're guiding her, your final decider. That bit of fury of fire, stoke your desire. Just let me know that you're mine.
I will do whatever I want to do until I'm comfortable. If my bra strap is in need of adjustment, then I will absolutely adjust it. You do not tell me what to do. Don't be weird or get out of here.
Be a provider.
Gross.
I wanna be a provider.
YouTube screened your comment and I don't care enough to look. Too bad for you. The buzzkill. Anybody know the story of Demeter and Persephone? Persephone, who's kidnapped from her mother, Demeter, and the pomegranate seeds. I just went to open up my grinder so I could refill this bowl. And look what I find inside. Just one pomegranate seed. Just one. Just one. One seed in the weed. What are the odds?
Exchanging the yes and silence.
How did I not notice
With
that?
something unsaid on both ends. Surely we know the difference.
Let's smell that.
Gone and you is silk like a spider. Roll up down your bed, I'm a rider. You're out of shell, you're a secret insider. And your
Can you imagine thinking you're that special or important? Aww. 2:22 here on the clock on the East Coast. Cheers.